強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら
Welcome in, everyone, to our second day of our second week of the Blue Otter Premier League. Starting out today's broadcast, we're bringing you the Spire and Final Boss, two teams who, in their week one, took home the victories. The Spire a little bit more shaky here and there, but Final Boss Esports in very convincing fashion over Dorado, right? I went back and I checked.
You got a lot of paper there, my guy.
Hey, it's all right. Either way, two teams that impressed on their first week, especially their bot lanes too. Jfeather and Mollywops for Spire, and Final Bosses, Buss and Poots and Rue specifically stood out in their performances. So it should be an interesting one, considering that I would suspect our two main focuses will be in a similar spot of the map coming into this one, Rue.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially through the bot lane, I'm very interested to watch out for looking down towards supporters in particular. It's very interesting to see what we're going to get. Mollywops playing a lot of all over the place this year. They got 100 games on Smolder, like 40 games on
Yeah.
Syndra. Like they have been playing all across the Rift, but when they get down to the bot lane, there's a great mix of Enchanter and Hook champions. So I'm interested to see where they choose to go into series such as this. Becca,
Yeah.
Rue, maybe less focused on other parts, but insanely focused, insanely dialed in on that support where they play in like 99% of their games, and they have such a wide champ pool as well that it's gonna be very interesting to watch what happens in our support matchup, and then hopefully for both those sides they'll be able to complement where their ADCs want to go a whole lot as a result.
And taken off board from the Spire. They don't want to see the Shin, the Aphelios, or the Aurelia. Meanwhile, Final Boss targeting Telephobia's picks with the Pantheon and the Jace coming through. Don't want the jungle to be able to influence this matchup as much. Being said, the Aphelios taken off the board is definitely one that, from that game one, that Buss and Poots specifically stood out on, because the game two between Final Boss and Dorado was more of a team performance all around. But, as a standout, they won't want to see that, as Hui is locked in B1 by the Spire.
Straight into the Hui. I'm not necessarily surprised it went straight into mid, but going for the Hui of all champions, it's not one that Vrang plays a ton of. If anything, I'm shocked this isn't Ari. 9 of his last 10 games in solo queue have been Ari. Left open, headed into B1, but choosing to go Hui instead, and that leaves a whole plethora of options available. Final Boss choosing to go towards the Hook champions in the bot lane, and this is a great pick for Becca, and it's also a really good takeaway as well, right? Thresh, one of the Hook champions we talked about earlier, it's the one that Mollywops has the most time on. It's also the one that enables the most hyper carries for Jfeather in that bot lane. So a really nice takeaway there for Final Boss. And I wouldn't be shocked if they paired it up with their own hyper carry, right? Of course, the Felios is banned
Yeah.
away, but there's plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, and they could also go for a mid lane pick here, I think is likely, considering Quay's already picked. And as that said, Ari picked up by Final Boss for Ishan. As you mentioned, Vrang has played a lot of it, so in a Fearless draft, it is not only a solid pick for Final Boss, a champ that has been in the meta for a while now, one that is also that Vrang won't see in the coming games.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I may be shocked why he didn't pick it in game one, right? I think that Quay is fine, but Ari is Ari, and in this current state, she is kind of annoying in every respect. I feel like it's maybe just been a little bit of a misfire here from the Spire, but I mean, we had to see, right? The game sometimes takes the hands more important than the draft itself, as Corki's going to get taken on too here. I would not be shocked if we see this paired with an Enchanter. I think Nami right now would
Nami, yeah.
be pretty nice.
Oh.
Make her way for it into a different Hook
Okay.
champion. Okay.
I mean, that is really the trio of Mollywops' most played champions, is the Thresh, Nami, and Nautilus. I mean, clearly we're both thinking the Nami is, the Corki Nami has been a pretty common bot lane pairing. It allows a lot of early pressure from the Corki, the extra damage that you get. And, into the Thresh makes quite a bit of sense. You can dodge out a lot of those hooks pretty easily with the Corki, and you have the extra move speed on the Nami on her E. But then Final Boss's response is to try to just outrange the Spire's bot lane, locking in the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, you can outrange for the most part. Once 6 is hit, then those rockets can start coming back, and it doesn't necessarily feel great. So you have to see how that goes down there. Kate Thresh, not the most popular of pairings in recent times. I feel like you see a lot more Jinx Thresh as a bit more of a throwback. It's a little bit difficult to land your traps as the Caitlyn with the Thresh, but it can definitely be done. I'll have to see how well they're able to synergize those in the bot lane. As you have a look at our second rotation of bans, they are already done. Fury Garen taken away by Final Boss, and Mundo Jax taken away by the Spire.
Yep, not going to be wanting to see SCK's picks on the side of the Spire. SCK, who actually wasn't able to make it last week for Final Boss, instead Yicall came in. But if we're being completely honest, Yicall is a very decorated player at this level, so not that much of a downgrade on that front. But it'll be interesting and it'll be fun to see SCK and Final Boss Esports at their full strength coming this one. But before they get that pick form, they will be giving Zoran the Wukong on R4.
You can take literally any jungler here, any AD bruiser, and you're fine. I think Wukong, a very good choice, especially pairing with Biari, and then it also gives you that counter pick that we expect to go towards the top side. Final Boss, I love what they've done with the first 4. I think the bot lane is a little bit iffy. I think Caitlyn Thresh might not be the top of the tier list in what people want to be playing, but I love how they've set up their draft to then have that counter pick for 5 as well. Ari Wilcock, an amazing pairing in the mid jungle, and it's going to be very difficult to match that, even with Maokai Hui. Now that you're double AP, if Ari doesn't feel like she can be as aggressive, Merc Treads is just such an amazing buy across the board.
Yep, especially when you lock in as much CC with these last 2 picks that the Spire has done with the Maokai and the Renekton being able to delay or not delay, but like reduce the duration of the amount of CC that the Spire has locked in. And on top of the Nautilus as well, Merc Tread's definitely getting a decent amount of value in this game for the side of Final Boss. But with the Renekton locked in, the counter pick for SCK is the Ornn. It does look like that. It has been locked in. So not going to be saving it for a really big carry performance if they want to neutralize the Renekton.
I mean, makes sense, right? Renekton's very annoying, very snowbally in these types of elos as well, where if he gets a little bit ahead, he can really start to scale it. Against Norn, it is difficult to really get ahead, and then the late game team fight, you're playing with the Flash W hopes up against the literal team fight knockup, team fight winning ultimate the Final Boss. So it's just a matchup where the Ornn is going to be very happy, level 1 through 20 now in the top side, where the Renekton, he's going to have to try and pick his fights where it's possible. He might have some all-in timers on top lane, right? Ornn is by no means completely safe, but that comes with the caveat of the fact that Ornn will probably also have some all-in timers because it's Ornn in top lane. And even despite this little nerf that he's had to his overall damage, it hasn't changed much. He can still sometimes just kill you, and you have to live with that as a Renekton, right? And that also now poses the question of how do you want to play this Crocodile? Do you want to take your Ignite and risk being even less effective in the mid to late game to try and get kills in this one, try and snowball? Or do you just take the TP, accept that it might not be as fun in that early to mid game, you might not be as strong come late game, but at least you have TP, at least you have that shield to try and get onto the backline.
We've also got a lot of team fight potential on the side of Final Boss, so that Renekton definitely going to have to look for a lot of. You would have to fight.
How do you get there? How do you get there? Honestly,
Teleport
Wukong and Thresh
maybe.
Peel, like the peel is disgusting, right? Even if you get through the initial part, even if you get through the Ornn, you got a Thresh hook to worry about. You got Thresh Flay to worry about. You have a box to worry about, and that's just for the support champion. The Wukong can peel back so easily with a Cyclone, even if you find an insane TP, an insane flank. It's so difficult to really get onto this Caitlyn, and even if you manage that, then maybe the Ahri steps up and just dashes around the whole fight and kills you anyway. There's no simple way out of this for the Spire, I don't think.
Yeah, a lot of synergy from Final Boss coming through. One that definitely has a very structured sort of build for them. But on the side of the Spire, I do also like if they can't, they need to be able to cause chaos. But admittedly, the Renekton and the Maokai definitely can be able to. And if you might be a little bit hard to find some good Nautilus hooks considering how safe the Caitlyn and Ahri can play, but Spire can cause some trouble and cause some chaos and cause the disorganized final boss to come through, whose competition is so reliant on that organization. It's definitely that potential angle for them, but I haven't heard anything about getting over to the game, so I think we might send it to a break. When we come back, we'll bring you game one between the Spire and Final Boss Esports. So we'll see you in a little bit. I'm assuming, right? Oh, we might still be here. Okay, well, oh, nope. Back, everyone. We are ready to go for game one between the Spire and Final Boss Esports. Getting straight into it at around the 50-second mark. How fast things start these days in League of Legends. Won't be given a moment to breathe, but all the while, both junglers starting top side, heading to bot side. When we look in for that bot lane focus that we talked about earlier, Rue.
Yeah, and main focus, especially push down there because of the wards that are also in that early push. Both teams know how important it is to get this early push, especially as the Caitlyn, right? If you play as Caitlyn, not having the early push really, really sucks. So they know what they need to do, and they're going to get that early up against the Dorky Nautilus as they should. Getting that first wave of time already denying some CS.
Yep, and all the while in the mid lane, Sean also hitting that level 2 first, going to have a slight health advantage. But obviously, as we wait for these things to roll around and come back up, I mean, yeah, again, the focus is going to be primarily on Buss and Boots, on different champions that they really popped off on this time around. But I mean, obviously, we were looking for a Molly Wops hook eventually coming in. But I think the Guardian on Rue is a choice for the Thresh, as we talked about earlier, with how much organization that the Final Boss's composition is going to want, especially later on. The Guardian can do numbers, especially as a hook drops from Rue on a very unexpected angle. There isn't exactly a lot of follow-up. We move straight up to the top lane. Pineapple looking very low. They're definitely be in a little bit of trouble. SEK not exactly all that high on health either, so our focus will be on this bot lane, but it can come back up top, especially as we come through. The Doran's shield going to be able to heal Pineapple back up. It does have the ignite that you were looking at earlier as a potential option for Pineapple, and will drop it onto SEK now. Won't quite find the kill, but will force the recall. But SEK gets the flash trade coming through there. Good hook from Rue. Max range once again, displaying her knowledge on this champion. But yeah, now with no flash on Pineapple, no teleport. You said this was a potential trouble for Pineapple, and just might be showing itself early on here.
Yeah, just falling short on the cold meat, the telephobia.
Oh my god, Rue does not miss these death instances. The telephobia does have the help of the team to get out, and Zoran actually taking quite low. Dredgeline comes in onto Rue, does now have to flash away as well. So despite how good it looked from Final Boss's bot lane jungle combination, the response from the Spire is there, and they get 2 flashes out of Final Boss.
They do, but the Crab, more importantly, I think, from Final Boss point of view, is still going to go their way, right? They end up losing a little bit in the Summoner trade, but Becca still has that Hex Flash, and they also got the Ignite out of Mollywops. So a Summoner even trade, if we're counting Flash being equivalent to an Ignite, I think, yeah, you can make an argument for that when you have a Hex Flash unlocked. You also get that bottom Crab.
Not true.
As such, Zoran happy enough in that trade, able to move up to the top side, as Pineapple's going to have to take a really rough base soon in the top lane because he doesn't have that TP. So while all 4 summoners have been used, definitely favoring SCK right now. Just look at the health difference. Happy on mana as well. Pineapple having a real tough time stepping up to the way.
Yeah, and obviously on the Ornn part of his passive means that, I mean, after the base as well, he'll be able to continue to pick up a few items as he in lane and, you know, increase that discrepancy, the combat advantage that SEK will have. Pineapple thinking about a recall, will instead stick around for a little bit longer, but really not feeling good up here.
And of course the slice and dice away from the stun as well, as Ishan very slightly wide on that charm. A massive trade coming through from Brang.
It really
Ishan's
was.
Best to proc the electrocute, but it cost him so much to do exactly that. And I mean, I feel like Brang definitely got the best of that one.
Yeah, I know. It was a very impressive decision to dodge out the charm there when he stepped forward aggressively to be able to follow. Wait, hold on. The Severing Bolt hits. Ishan gets the Comet proc down, another Severing Bolt lands and finds its mark. Ishon killed for the first blood to Vrang in a solo kill. It doesn't look like we're going to calm down just yet. And Mollywop's going to land the Dredge line onto Ruhu. Body blocks with Puss and Poots in a bit of trouble. Now has to use the cleanse early. J Feather very low, flashing away, gets killed. A bit too aggressive. Telephobia finally arrives, able to secure the kill onto Puss and Poots. But it's a bit of a misplay from J Feather. Now Zoran with the counter gank has arrived, but I don't think there will be enough damage to be able to take down what was a full health Maokai.
The lethal tempo diff. That was the difference.
It was the lethal tempo, yeah.
Playing. It was the extra bit of damage that came flying through from Puss and Poots, who still holds on to their flash as well. On top of everything else, J Feather using the flash in an unfortunate losing play. But speaking of flashes, holding the flash there was Ishan in mid. And I feel like if you're not wanting to use the flash, you've got to at least pop the Spirit Rush to survive in that Severing Bolt. Dying in that situation in mid lane is just... you cannot then play the lane after, right? You're now stuck in... Okay, you have a Lost Chapter as well, but it's so much more difficult to play this lane out against Vrang, who is in a much better position in terms of XP, much better position in terms of overall autonomy they have going in their favor. Likely to have more of the push as well, but this Drake may be a great time here for Final Boss to try and get something back in their favor, because the Maokai's on top side, and as such, it should be absolutely free.
Yep, it will absolutely go the way of Final Boss, but you mentioned a Telephobia will be taking away a bit of the farm from Zoran, delaying his level 6 power spike a little bit longer. It's very important for the Wukong to have. Obviously, you know, the Cyclone being a large part of the utility of the pick when it comes through there. But, you know, first straight going into Final Boss, especially relatively early on, though not the earliest, will be a particular point of pressure, especially if they can pick up the second one.
Absolutely. And we would expect to be able to do so, right? Caitlyn pushing in the lane. Both teams choosing melee supports. I'm kind of surprised that Spire end up choosing this Nautilus. When you see the Caitlyn already out, like, you can... you didn't see the Caitlyn when they chose it, but it now enables this Caitlyn much more as a result, right? Because now you can almost guarantee you have this pushing lane, and it makes the Caitlyn pick that much more potent when you then pick it having the pushing lane in bot. If this was a Corkin army, I wouldn't be surprised if Puss and Boots went to something else entirely. I think if they go Caitlyn in that type of lane, we're talking a very different story, a very different game state from what we see right now, where they've basically equalized what's happening in mid, right? A 12 CS lead with the kill, Vrang probably a little bit more in the lead than maybe what we see for Puss and Boots, but it's not going to be all too different with that kill versus the assist, and that 30 CS diff opening up in the bot lane. The cannon going wide, it's just going to keep that lead increasing as well. J Feather so close to top side.
Yeah, and so it'll definitely be all eyes on the second Drake. Grubs also now up and available on the map. Though not exactly the biggest objective these days. Admittedly, with plates being as permanent, or as permanent, you can't really say that. That's not really about saying, but the way that they're permanent and not as time constricted as they once were, and the crystalline overgrowth allowing the extra damage anyway coming through. But it's still a nice little bit of an extra bonus, which will be going the way of the Spire, as Zoran on the bottom half of the map, counter jungling once again, getting back up in what they missed out on the last Drake on their invade of their own, and we'll put J Feather and Mollywops even further behind on their heels.
And it's literally just a turn, right? So take Drake, lose red buff, take red buff, lose void grubs. An equal exchange overall that took a little time to get there, as Telephobia already got his first item spike on Maokai, going cheap. Going with Zeke's Convergence to get that ult haste, able to spam as many of those out as possible while still being tanky instead of going towards something like Malignant to get a similar effect while having the damage. An interesting decision on Maokai this game. It makes the Merc Tread slightly less valuable for your opponents when you don't build AP yourself. You can leave Vrang as that solo AP dealer still, but at the same time, you're then missing out on a bit of the damage, right? You're trying to provide a bit more front line, but you already have Renekton and Nautilus to kind of do that. An interesting decision here by Telephobia to index a bit more into tankiness, while also getting that ult haste.
Speaking of first item power spikes, Buss and Poots on their last recall did also pick up their Hex Optics as well. Will be a pretty impactful one, especially in the lane, and will be used to pretty good effect to continue this advantage that Buss and Poots and Rue have managed to garner for Final Boss.
Yeah, Ishan getting somehow to enough gold together to get his first item on that base, matching Blackfire torches in the mid lane instead of going towards what you see a little more typically with an Ari, where you go the Malignants to get as many Spirit Rushes as possible. Interesting decision here from Ishan. We'll have to see how that's going to affect the overall game, but still about the same behind as he was compared to Vrang, which means that from how it was looking, it's looking about the same. And as the game gets later, the difference of 500 gold matters a lot less. So when you're able to stabilize like he has, you know you're doing a good job, as Zoran has just had to take the saddest fact possible. You can see in his inventory, the 3 components of a Triforce, it costs 133 gold to go from those components to get the full item. You know for a fact that he was sad he had to take that base, then he has to wait 100 gold somewhere to get his actual Triforce. He's delayed on this item spike, and if we're looking around this Drake in 30 seconds, that might be the difference between being able to claim it safely or being caught on the Drake.
And it will likely require some attention. Both junglers moving in and around it, but the push of this bottom lane is a lot for the Spire to handle. That being said, Hook comes its way in, but it's just a little bit too far forward. Twisted Advance comes through. I mean, Nature's Grasp follows up. Zoran actually taken quite low. Mollywop's a bit too far in. One hook comes through, doesn't quite land its way onto any members of the Spire. But with how low Mollywop's is, we'll eventually have to back away, but all the while Ishan hold up. Hook lands his way onto Rue, who's just a little bit too far away from the rest of the team. Has a flash, but it's a hook that comes through, gets Mollywops very low. Vrang's arriving on the flank now from the mid lane, having had that push. So it is a slight numbers advantage to the Spire 4 now, but eyes on Ishan is trying to collapse as well. Vrang spotting out the Ari in the banana bush, so won't quite walk into that charm, but once again around these big fights, no kills go either way, but with how low the health bars are, we'll have to wait a little bit to see the second Drake to go down.
Yeah, and as such, because Ishan spotted, ends up not going for player calls, but able to still get the mid push, able to force Vrang under his tower for a little bit, somewhat reversing the roles that we have seen before. Everyone else across the rift just taking the bases, right? So we've traded Wukong Flash for Nautilus Flash there, and then Fresh Flash later on for Maokai Flash. So neither jungle nor supports for either side having those key summoners. As such, it comes a lot down to your position now around the Drake, as opposed to the pure fighting. Philophobia realizing his bot is not going to have this prio, he doesn't want to go for a fight without his flash. He's just going to back off, take his top side, while Final Boss know they have to push through bot. They're the ones to take the Drake.
Yep, picking up their second of the game. Will get their stacking towards the soul. All that much higher, sitting up 1k gold as well. Not the biggest lead ever at 14 minutes, but certainly a non-insignificant one. Definitely be used to drag the Spire around at a slight disadvantage to hopefully try to blow this game open if you are on the side of Final Boss. But
we're seeing there. I'm looking at Pineapple. He hasn't used his ult. It just looked like he had.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Speaking of Pineapple, it's got a gank coming through the top side of Telephobia. Was staying through now. Pineapple finally popping the dominance, as mentioned. Severing Bolt lands its way down onto SCK. A Spiraling Despair hits, and Vrang will be the one to secure the kill onto SCK.
Yeah, and the only thing Zoran gets on the other side of the map is the steal of the red buff, and then looking for the base, because he's had Triforce for a while, I can guarantee you that. As soon as the Drake fell, he had, probably before the Drake fell, he had Triforce, but he's been on the Rift this whole time, still hasn't basically, he's trying to make it cross map.
Hook drops in, Lantern will get Zoran over Molly, Wops, no flash, nowhere to go. Is pretty tanky at this point in time, but not nearly enough to escape 3 members of Final Boss, who answer back.
Yeah, and it's just way too greedy, right? You cannot be standing that far forward when you don't know where the Wukong is. You may have been able to work out that he'd stolen your red buff. If you happened to look there on the map, you would have seen the dots showing that it is now dropped and available for someone on Final Boss to take. And unfortunately, you just stick around and you end up paying the price. Now Zoran able to take that base for the Triforce and get a full set of plated steel cap. You can see how much gold he had. He had about 1,300 on that base, but now able to spend it all and has very good value once more in this game after getting that gank on the bot side. Listen, Boots looking incredibly strong after this base. I wonder how far he is. He's close to his IE already.
He's very close to the IE, yeah. And all the while, J Feather not nearly close to his second item will be strong advantage to this Caitlyn, to the bot lane of Final Boss. I'm sorry, what was that? It's in the middle of it. I didn't quite.
J Feather's only got 45 stacks on his tier. I don't know what's. He must have just taken a long time to finally purchase it. Now that he has it, he's going to get to Manamune eventually, but the spike on Corki happens when you get your Manamune upgrading to Mirror Mana at the same time as your Triforce, right? If you get that happening in 20 minutes, you suddenly do so much more damage. Only having the Manamune while your tier is stacking is going to delay his true spike by quite a lot, and it's going to kind of separate out his power to a point where you're going to have a real tough time contesting.
Oh, that being said, Buss and Poot's going to have to cleanse away the hook, still getting forced down, getting knocked back into the side of the Spire, slowly burning, and eventually J Feathers wants to secure the kill onto the Caitlyn. Zoran also taken very low. Not quite killed just yet. J Feather flashing forward, looking for more. Rocket going to hit the Wukong, but not quite going to find the kill. Ishan, one charge of the Spirit Rush remains. Won't be enough to find the kill to J Feather, and so Pineapple slices and dices through to secure the kill onto the mid laner of the Final Boss mid laner. They're able to get a 2-for-0 the way of the Spire. And with Rift Herald up, they might look to take it, but the South Bar zone, though, will be a little bit before they fully set their eyes on it.
That was just an incredibly messy fight from Final Boss. They were not in position. They got caught face checking a bush they are not allowed to check. It's their ADC that checks it first. The cleanse away at the start was good, but you had to flash out of range of that Nature's Wrath, right? And Telephobia had already popped it. It had been flying for a while. If they had flashed early, they would have completely been able to disengage that fight, and then they can look to re-establish control while still having a pretty decent health pool. As it was, they get stuck and they get dove under the tower. J Feather with the final auto attack was enough to get that kill, and it's just a little bit sloppy there for Final Boss, especially when you're going to use the summoner anyway. Use it early, save your HP, and then you might be able to save the play as well.
Yeah, and so that springs the Spire into a gold lead for themselves, about 1,500 gold. Admittedly, not the most sizable lead at 18 minutes. You have to feel it's just about even at this point. Buss and Poots, despite dying earlier, still going to be feeling really strong and the primary focus of this Final Boss team.
And the two Drakes as well somewhat make up for that gold lead, as I believe Zoran has just W'd over the back of the pit. He's looking to take this Rift Herald. Rang is so far up in the lane. I'm surprised they're looking Rift Herald when the Quay is this far up in the lane. He's going to WQ his way out, and it's just really bad timing, right? You're looking to then go up from the Rift Herald after the play's already pushed away. If Rang is getting collapsed on when the wave is being pushed, we're talking a very different story, because he was up around the wall towards that tier 1 tower that has already fallen. Instead, waiting for him to have pushed that wave and then to be on the retreat before you finally go up, I feel like the Wukong can just send it early, and if the fresh isn't there, then it is what it is, right? You need to focus a lot more on either just taking that Rift Herald in return for whatever else is happening on the map, or you look to punish the wave when they step up to the wave. When they've already started to walk back, it's just too late to go for the play. And unfortunately, they delay their tempo, so now they've taken the Rift Herald after that Drake's been taken by the Spire. The cross map is still there. They're able to get that tier 1 turret in the top lane, but it's just a little bit slower on tempo than Final Boss could have had.
Yeah, they pick up the Rift Herald as well, and with how low the mid lane tower is, definitely easily turn into 2 towers for the side of Final Boss, which they will attempt to do now as it's spawned up immediately by Zoran. They'll get the charge, or, well, yeah, Rue's going to drive it. They didn't need to, but it looks cool.
They didn't need to, but they wanted to.
You know, it looks all right. It's fun. I always enjoy getting into the Rift Herald, regardless of whether it's necessary or not. Either way, Pineapple.
Right? It's like, sorry to cut you off, but like, look how many players they committed towards mid. They keep the Thresh, the Wukong, and the Caitlyn over there. They bring the Ord up from bot to make sure that Rift Herald play works. And they also then get in the Herald as well. They're delaying themselves and they delay what's happening on the side lane. As such, Pineapple is able to take that tier 1 in bot in response. So now we're playing... it's still 3 turrets for 2 overall. The mid turret's still standing for final boss, means they somewhat win out in the overall macro, but they may have been able to contest what's happening in bot instead. As it is, Pineapple gets himself a whole lot more gold. He's going to be close to a stride breaker already.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very helpful item for the Nectin to have, being able to slow down a few of these key targets, namely Bus and Poots will be the biggest one for the Spire as a whole, and not just Pineapple. I mean, we saw in that, not last fight, but the one before that, in which they caught out the ADC of Final Boss on the side of, with a hook from Molly Wops. Will definitely help out a bit with that. But speaking of Bus and Poots, well, including SCK in the mix as well, our Infinity Edge has been upgraded. SCK getting to that point where you can start getting that little bit of stat injection with the upgraded items on the Ornn.
That stat value is absolutely huge on a champion that has stat focus as a Caitlyn, right? Bus and Poots now in an amazing position in this game so far. 230 CS at 21.5 minutes. They've been absolutely outstanding from start to finish. They're even like outshining someone like Pineapple, who's done a great job at farming as well in the top lane. Rank up at 10 CS a minute. Everyone in this game has been farming incredibly well, and that's something we typically see when there's been a little bit less action, right? When there's less action, people are a little more assured in their farming, but it's when there's crazy things happening all over the place. Who can farm best when there's just stuff happening all over the rift? That's what really separates these players out, separating maybe the wheat from the chaff. But so far, looking like a lot of wheat in terms of farm, as Rang may be caught.
Yeah, Zoran going to pop the Cyclone to slow down the escape. Charm lands, and there's nowhere for Rang to go. Ishan going to pick up their first kill of the game.
Way too far forward as they're looking to engage around the Baron here. We're looking at bot lane because these two are fighting. Congratulations, Direct Cam. There's a big fight happening around the Baron as well. They're posturing position, but I think it may have been somewhat agreed upon that Final Boss have the better position around this Baron right now. No way to contest this with the Spire, as SEK is still struggling to hang on in the bot lane, currently sat at a bit of an XP deficit. As such, very difficult to play against a level 60 Renekton. Though now, without Dominus, makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, and SK will eventually hit that level 16 for themselves. Not as big of a power spike, at least for SCK. We'll be able to give another teammates an upgraded item. I feel that's probably going to be going on to Ishan when that does come through. Does not opt to go for the Malignant second either. Bus and Poots, a little bit of trouble. The hook doesn't quite land from Molly Wops, and so now the kite back. Bus and Poots pushing forward. Molly Wops down to half HP. Rue has arrived. Will instead not look to push their luck and take their wins where they can get them.
Telephobia has also stopped on their own base. Continues to build tanky, but forced out their own jungle now. Around 30 seconds before the Drake spawns. Really nice time to get some deep vision here for Final Boss. They're able to get that vision in between the Raptor Brush and the lane. And Telephobia spotted as well. Not in a fun place as the Malphite forced right the way back. The whole of the Spire, they're going to have to push through this vision line that has already been set up, invest their wards more defensively than proactively. Final Boss starting up the pre-Drake fight very nicely.
Importantly, though, Bus and Poots was not on the map. They couldn't set up a trap line. Instead, they did complete their Phantom Dancer, so we'll be at 3 items. We'll be at a really big speed. Yeah, absolutely worth. That being said, it does take a little bit of time for them to get there. So Jay Feather immediately picks up the first kill for the side of the Spire. Again, a little bit disorganized from Final Boss, which is exactly what the Spire need to capitalize on if they are to take game 1, and they do so there. Doesn't look like Final Boss wants to give this up just yet, despite being down in numbers. Ishan going to try to dash forward with the Spirit Rush. Pineapple taken very low. Pineapple, though, go and kill Zorn before he can fully get into the backline. SCK would finish off the Pineapple, and now Rang getting SCK. Final Boss in full retreat. Bus and Poots, the only one left alive. It's an odd decision for Final Boss to contest this one, considering they were down in the 4v5, and it only gets Pineapple and Molly Wops for their troubles, despite losing just about everybody in that fight.
Yeah, and sometimes you can play it in a 4v5, but you have to have a lot invested by the enemy team to make it a 4v5 for it to really work, right? If Becca had been able to bait out 3 ultimates, then maybe we're talking about that being possible, but it just wasn't in that type of situation, especially when the Zoran is caught flanking. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to move past it off. You should not be looking for flanks like that, I don't think, as final boss in this game. I think you can play the front to back. You don't need to be the one trying to get the Giga engaged with Wukong. You are there to follow up on what your Ornn has set up, okay? Your Ornn is going to throw the Ornn Horde out. He's going to get the team-wide knockup, especially if they're playing in a choke like the River. SCK should be looking to play from the front, and then Zoran should be looking to play through what that Ornn sets up. If the Ornn misses, that's on them, right? You don't always want to be playing like that, but in a team situation, you can hold them accountable at a later date. You can be playing for your team, and I think as Zoran there, if he's playing through with the Ornn, then maybe there's still a chance of getting it. Because as it was, his Cyclone value was to peel away from the Renekton, and that's just not enough value in Cyclone.
Speaking of Cyclone value, Vrang going to flash towards the opposite side of the map. I mean, he's going to try to buy time for the rest of his team to arrive. Teleport is arriving. Pineapple will collapse out onto the Boots, and Poots is completely caught out from away from the rest of Final Boss, and that's where most of the damage is going to come from for Final Boss. The Chaos going to come out in favor of the Spire. Zoran full health, going to try to eventually get Vrang, but Vrang's just too far away, going to recall under the tower. He's not even going to die. Fears away SCK. It's a 5-0 ace going the way of the Spire. It looked like Vrang had pulled off some very questionable moves there, but it works out in the end strongly in the favor of the Spire. They get 5-0 ace, and they will get the Baron as well.
Yeah, it's an amazing beta round for Vrang. It's all to do with the vision play. I think he flashed between bushes. I'm not 100% on that, but I think he flashed between the bushes to get a little bit of extra distance. And it really caught Final Boss off guard. We could see them, they were moving towards the bot side of those 3 bushes in the top lane, and they didn't have a clue where Vrang had gotten himself to. He's able to push even deeper in towards the top side. The TP comes in from Pineapple once in every 7 minutes, is enough to turn the play around for his side. And then Bus and Poots was caught in between the whole of the collapsing Spire. And unfortunately, that Spire was not slain today. We are not playing what is a very fun new game. Bus and Poots would not say I don't think it was a fun game. I think he'd say that it was a terrible time to be caught like that in the top side, especially no cleanse, no flash as well, completely summonless onto Caitlyn. And as such, it was a very easy cleanup. When there's no ADC to worry about, there's no organized front line for you to have to somehow methodically break down. It makes the fight almost trivial. And we saw the Spire just play amazingly once they got to that point. And then the icing on the cake is the fact that Vrang still survived. That was just insane play from him.
I mean, if the fight in general wasn't a tilter, it's that little bit of extra bit where you didn't even get what you came for in the first place that kind of hurts a little bit more. And so now the Spire sitting 6.5k gold up over Final Boss is one that's, I mean, we've had a handful of exchange of small leads come through this game so far, but this one that might be a little bit insurmountable. However, as I say that, Pineapple in trouble. Ornhorn will be called. It will land onto the Renekton, and so shutdown goes the way of Bus and Poots, but all the while mid lane getting pushed down from the Spires. You mentioned just about everything used from Final Boss. They won't have a lot of combat ability.
Honestly, like, that was only the Ornhorn. What was used instead, they used Nature's Grasp. A Telephobia tried to save his Renekton with a Nature's Grasp, who, by the way, also flashed in that play. This is great for Final Boss now as they look to move around the Drake. Even if this Renekton is able to get into the fight, he has no flash. The ultimate is going to be maybe a little bit delayed. And Telephobia also now has no ultimate for this Drake fight.
I apologize. I must be blind because I completely did not see the.
It wasn't even on the screen. It's the fact I saw the Zeke's convergence.
Oh, okay.
Around him. I was like, he used it, and now you have flashness Renekton. This fight is so much more difficult to play. Not when you do that to SCK, though. That's disgusting.
SCK going to be taken very low. Going to be burst down by Jay Feather. Completely removed from the map. The Ornn. Yeah, that, you know, I mean, that's definitely one way to claw back the. Oh yeah.
That's the difference.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
SCK is so
completely chunks him out.
Not called Vrang. Wow.
Unfortunately, they just ran into Vrang, and so that means the Spire on 3 Infernal Drakes, as well as their aforementioned lead that they have for themselves, will be one that will make this next Drake spawning in 5 minutes if we get there all that much more critical to the side of the Spire. And then that Infernal Soul with 4 Infernal Drakes is going to hit like a truck should they get there. In the final boss, it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to contest.
Yeah, and there's a reason Objective Man to this spawn, right? This is now a very difficult position for Final Boss to be in. It's still not over just yet. Person Poots is still incredibly strong, up 70 CS now overall. Through the mid game, he's managed to somehow build a massive CS lead over Jay Feather, who has been able to equalize that CS gold by getting a lot of kill gold as well as assists, up at 13 KP out of 15. Great job on the court from him, but with Bus and Poots being still in the game, having double summoners now, if Final Boss can find a good front to back, they can still very much so win a team fight. But the issue really is Vrang, honestly. Like, out of almost nowhere, he's been able to build up an incredible advantage for himself in the mid lane. 3.5 items to not even 3 just yet. And he's also the one that does so much damage to SCK, who barely takes anything from anyone else on the Rift. The fact that SCK is built into armor, and then more armor means that Vrang does so much damage to him.
And we saw it on that last face check. SCK are absolutely deleted. So long as Vrang is allowed to do his thing, will be the I don't know, the bane of final bosses, specifically SCK's existence. But I think that you could extend that to all of final boss, considering how important this Ornn frontline will be for them to be able to set up the front to back look that final boss composition is looking for.
I think somehow that's like the most underrated part of Telephobia's build is the fact that because he didn't go MR, the Ornn hasn't built any. Because Telephobia hasn't gotten any magic damage, so SCK hasn't felt the need to go magic resist so far. It gives him that third Drake, now 3 minutes away from their soul spawning. Of course, Barry going to spawn before that, but difficult to take into this phase of the game. There's going to be a bit of a dance around, I'm sure, but whether it's takeable with the other team being on the Rift in a 5v5 is definitely a question mark, especially if Ishan is able to get to this big item spike that he's still waiting on.
Yeah, especially with the vision line that the Spire have set up. It's completely dark on the side of final boss. Obviously, eventually they can use the Fey Lights from their own end to help out a small amount to eventually push in. It only gets them about a third of the way to the actual objectives that they will need to contest. As you mentioned, Baron spawning now in less than 10 seconds. And the soul point in 1 minute and 45. Baron now up and available, but as mentioned, probably won't be taken immediately by the Spire. If anything, they probably want to keep that up as long as possible to try to pull final bosses attention away from what other objective they choose.
Yeah, and final boss, they still have 2 blue trinkets as well, so even if the map goes dark for a bit, they still have ways to face check from quite far away. There we go. There goes the first, spotting the Baron being started. One more to come through from Ishan, but he's actually quite far away. Instead, it's going to forward the route to really get this in. Down already. See,
great comes through. They're going to try to contest. It's falling. The smite comes through, but the fight has started. Ornn Horn called. Not going to hit the second mark of it. Vrang in trouble, but does able to get the space down. Shutdown goes the way of Bus and Poots, but is killed in short order. And so without their Caitlyn and only Ishan left available, the Spire take the Baron. They're looking for a little bit more. They get the 3-for-1 trade, and they'll look to push in a little bit more. They might even try to find it in through the top lane.
Yeah, Bus and Poots playing so close range in that fight, and Jay Feather happy enough, I guess, to trade his life for the Caitlyn's. They go 1-for-1 themselves, but the rest of the map doing so well for the Spire that it doesn't even matter that the Corki finally gets shut down. Could matter if the Caitlyn's allowed back up, as once they use this cleanse, they now bought the QSS to try and make the fight the second time around somewhat achievable, but they're going to be late to this Drake as final boss, whereas it's only the Corki. Died very early on. He's already spawning about 5 seconds or so. The Drake spawning now Rang's already able to TP down. Their vision line going to be established. The final boss have such a difficult task of pushing into this Drake. And if they give it up, then they're giving up a 4 Drake Infernal Soul, which might be even worse than taking the fight at this point.
Yeah, and with it already started up with how fast the Drakes can be burst down, any chance of a final boss contest is quickly dying with the health bar. Doesn't even look like they're going to contest it, and so, as we mentioned plenty of times up till this point, the 4 Infernal Drake Soul going the way of the Spire, going to give them a really massive boost of damage there.
I plan to keep SEK safe this time around, as it is just starting to really snowball for the Spire. Their Infernal Soul now acquired for those 4 Drakes in a row, as we keep on saying it's going to do so much damage, especially if they can keep on proccing it. Things like the Corki really good for doing precise that play as well, has long range damage. And honestly, surprisingly, Maokai has really good value with the Infernal Soul. The saplings get really, really annoying, because that's a good hook to try and make a fight happen.
Yeah, Nornhorn will come down. Mollywops immediately deleted. Rue, however, going to be followed up on... Actually doesn't go down, and so Zoran has to flash away, but it buys time for the shutdowns go the way of Ishan. 2 quick kills go the way of final boss. Charms lands its way onto the next one, who pops the dominance to try to stay alive a little bit longer. Vrang able to kill Zoran, and actually the turnaround between Jfeather and Vrang comes through. They find 2, but the health bars are way too long. Ishan gets a shutdown onto Vrang, is killed in short order, but the ace goes the way of final boss.
Yeah, I think that may have even been slightly better if Ishan had played up to the top side first, but he wanted to get the kill over his fellow mid laner instead of going for Jfeather, and in some respects, I understand it. Just able to win out that fight at any rate with the help of the Ornn and the Thresh, and you know, still got to push through these waves. It's a super wave, and you have Ornn and Thresh for wave clear. Not the best, but at least you have that Sunfire Aegis to help for you. It's a stabilizer. It's not a game winner just yet, but it's absolutely huge they're able to get that. And now SEK is somewhat tanky against Vrang as well. Finishing the Kenic Rookham, buying another anti-magic cloak. Should be looking towards a Jack Show, I'd imagine, 5th item on the Ornn. And yes, we're talking about 5th item on an Ornn. That's the level of game we've got to. Buss and Boots buying a Bloodthirster. Ishan also going Crypt Bloom. Everyone getting to these massive, massive late item spikes. The only one who's kind of slacking right now in terms of items is Zoran, who is quite far away from his GA. If he's not able to get there around this next Baron, around the Elder, that might honestly be enough to turn it in the Spire's favor despite that fight.
And it also does help that around these next objectives, spawning the Baron in 2 minutes and the Elder in 3.5, that final boss will have to push out of their own base. It will have to move out to contest the Spire, and you know, with the gold lead and their 4 Infernal Soul, definitely means that final boss won't quite have as much control over the map as the side of the Spire.
Though. Honestly, like in terms of where the gold is, like sure there is a gold lead still, it's 6,000, but I think a lot of it sitting on a Telephobia who's built tanky. It doesn't matter. Ooh, that headshot just max HP. Like, what are you doing against that?
Yo, that's okay. Well, I guess your point completely proven in half a second there. However, Pineapple is left alone in the bot lane to be able to take up yet another tower. And let's open up final boss's base a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, Buss and Poots, I mean, we were focusing on the bottom lane coming into this series through, and well, Jfeather struggled a little bit early on, but definitely kept their head down and is well and truly in this one. And Buss and Poots certainly, as mentioned, 408 CS at 40 minutes, nearly at completed item inventory, something we don't exactly get to see all that often from ADCs. 7 items, and actually will complete the Mercurial Scimitar. We'll be able to get that extra cleanse off of themselves with the QSS active available for them, so it would just be that much harder to secure anything onto Buss and Poots.
Yeah, and in some regards that allows you to play a lot more aggressively, right? That's sometimes what this itemization does. Instead of being you know, maybe just scared, you actually can play more aggressive. You can play even more in the enemy's face, and at that point you become a really scary Caitlyn. you can, if you would then get that first kill, you can then start to play back, as we're going to get, this is dangerous play.
It's a really good flay away from Rue to get Puss and Poots to safety. Will immediately sit into the GA, but 2 quick kills are followed up. J Feather being able to pick that one up. Double kill for the Corki of the Spire, and quickly Final Boss have to retreat. The depth charge found its way onto Ishon, but not quite able to find the kill, and so they may have gone a bit too far on the side of the Spire. J Feather quickly killed. Puss and Poots still alive at range, able to get the triple kill, looking for a quadra onto Mollywop, slashing forward, will secure the ace on a quadra kill for Puss and Poots. The Spire committed so much to try to kill this Caitlyn, just unable to in the process, and so it's still going on the side fight. There's no way they end, surely not.
No, I think they should have two-manned the Baron, honestly. I don't think the end is possible. These death times are really long, though, right? We're 40 minutes into this game. I think that it's maybe a little bit too far. They're going to take the mid-tier 2. They're going to move themselves up to the Baron. I think that's a little bit safer, especially with how early in the fight Zoran died. He's going to be back up to guarantee it with the smite, just in case. But that fight was literally just Final Boss throwing bodies into the mill. Throwing bodies to make sure that Puss and Poots is able to survive. He does precisely that, and he is able to carry the fight from there. He finds an amazing angle onto J Feather, and that was what really turned the fight back around in their favor. Now they have the Baron, and they can even look to go towards this Elder spawning in 10 seconds. They're going to take bases instead of going straight there. A little bit risky. I'd like to see a GA purchase here for Puss and Poots. Looks like he sold something to do precisely that. There it goes.
Yeah, he sold the QSS.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good purchase, but it might be a little bit late to get himself in there. So it's going to be a bit of a delay first here for Final Boss. They can't allow them in.
Yeah. And that's exactly how the Spire took, I believe it was their second Drake, and it was actually a pick onto SEK that came through, but SEK a little bit more tanky this time around. Second cast of the Ornor doesn't go the way you'd want it to. Zoran in the middle, the entirety of the Spire, completely separated from the rest of Final Boss. No smite available for FB, and so gotta expect that will be the Elder Drake going the way of Spire.
Yeah, and that's an awkward fight for Final Boss. When we're talking about them having to delay, they're stepping up instead of letting Spire take control early, because the Final Boss, they can engage, they can fight back.
Way of the Spire, and they find the hook onto Puss and Poots. They will get the GA, and I don't think that the remaining members of Final Boss will be able to keep Puss and Poots alive. J Feather going to follow up really quickly onto the Caitlyn of Final Boss. They push forward. I have no idea what Final Boss saw in that potential contest. Once they had already lost Zoran, 4 quick kills picked up by the Spire. They will take game 1 off of an absolutely insane blunder from Final Boss.
Just way too far forward. You've already lost the Elder. Don't make a bad play worse. It's a massive motto that I have to keep in my head a lot of time when I get to play this game. Sometimes bad plays happen. If you can make sure that the bad play only stays bad and doesn't go from bad to very literally worse, then you can have a very good time, but this has just got worse.
Yeah, and in a almost, I would say, anticlimactic fashion, considering how much of a marathon this game 1 has been at 43 minutes. Final Boss just, they lost the plot at the end there. I don't know what happened. They maybe felt a bit desperate after they lost Zoran, but whatever it was, Spire capitalized on a monumental blunder from Final Boss, and just, I mean, it looked like it would probably be hitting that 50-minute mark, but as soon as we were thinking that, Spire, fair play to them. Game 1 goes their way.
Yeah, and it's an awkward mishmash overall. Final Boss not finding the team fights in the way that they would have wanted to, I'm sure. If they could have this game back, they would want to play it quite differently. But in that final one, just getting caught, looking for a face check. You don't need to be stepping up that fast, that early. You have blue trinkets if you want to check the Elder. It's got 20k on its health pool. While it's still probably squishier than a Baron, you have plenty of time to get in there. And that's when you're looking to call the Ornn on, right? When you get engaged on as the Ornn, suddenly you can see the panic really start to set in. And then as a result of that, it was the Wukong trying to find almost like a flank play. And while the Ornn was able to be tanky enough to survive, the Wukong was nowhere close to being able to survive that type of a play. Ends up getting caught. You don't have a jungler, and then unexplainably, Final Boss stick around, and they stick around way too close. They get caught, they all fall down, and the Spire just able to, after taking the Elder, take a very easy fight, and they end up cleaning up the Nexus in a pretty undramatic fashion. They take game one, and final boss now left scrambling.
And so we will see how game two pans out after the short break. We'll be bringing you that draft. So don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you in a few moments. We are back and ready to go for game two after what was a hectic game one that the Spire ended up coming out on top of. So final boss going to have their backs against the wall for their first time as an organization in the Blue Otter Premier League. We'll look to see what adjustments they make to be able to send themselves to a game three, or if the Spire can sweep out here.
Draft looking pretty similar so
There.
far. The Carly banned
Bans.
second instead of banned third. I guess that's a difference. Final boss maybe tip of the hand. Something's going to change, but the Jace, I'm going to imagine, would stay even if you get to a game three. It's just not something you let a Telephobia play jungle. It's really annoying, and he's too.
it just has been maybe not necessarily in the meta this whole entire time. Obviously, it was at the start of the season, but it's kind of fallen down the pecking order a slight bit, but certainly one that's ever since they got those top set of top laners got their big buffs last year. Their jungle clear has certainly been prominent and in the forefront of people's minds. But instead of the Aphelios getting banned away this time around in game two, the Spire will take away Yone. Will be looking to leave the Aphelios up, maybe picking up for themselves, or they perhaps saw Buss and Poots getting picked a few times in the last game and aren't as concerned about it here for game two.
Yeah, or maybe they're just happy to take it now that Thresh is already gone. Right? That's
Oh,
another
is that a
consideration.
misban?
We will find out. It's a Victor taken at any rate at very quick speed there by the Spire. Make sure they can lock that in as fast as possible. An interesting choice here for Vrang. It's not something that like it's insanely strong. It's more so that it's just kind of there. It's good. It's not really great, right? As a mid laner, he's just difficult to counter. He exists. He will do stuff come the late game, but he won't necessarily have the higher potential that something like the Akali, which was banned, could have had. As we are going Malphite for final boss.
Yep, second week in a row that final boss pick up Malphite. Well, considering SCK is back in and how early it is, I would be surprised at going up to the top lane like it did last week for Yikon. They will be combining that with the Syndra for Ishan.
Just keep it flexible. No reason to break that flex for now. Take the Syndra mid. Very solid matchup into the Victor. Syndra amazing at bullying these immobile champions. This Gather week that much easier to connect. To be more than happy to just keep firing it on repeat. And hopefully for his sake, getting this Victor as low as possible. I think final boss, nice start to this draft, but I'm interested to see what they take on three. Try and round out this 1-2-3, whereas the Spire have a very simple idea. They take the mid lane, and I can now look towards a 2-3 of their bot. You take the Lulu, what comes to mind instantly? Right now it's Yanara, but instead actually heading to jungle. I expect to see them finish off their bot lane there, but they're now giving a little bit of time to some bans the final boss. They're happy to take a hyper carry of their own. More than enough enchanters still in the pool to keep that Aphelios strong.
Yeah, and Buss and Poots, we talked about it during the last draft, but the Aphelios in game one 2 weeks ago against Dorado, definitely the standout there. Very much an Aphelios enjoyer as well, even though they performed very admirably, especially early on in that game one. Towards the end there, got picked off a little bit too much for the light things. We'll hopefully look for a recovery or a what's the word one? Recovery game, we'll say.
I'm just trying to understand the Xin Zhao right here. Obviously Xin Zhao great as right now, but so are like every other AD bruiser. Xin Zhao improves somewhat when you have an enchanter support, but I'm not sure why the price is so high for the Spire right now on that champion. As a result, you're going to get both your top and your bot lane pinched out somewhat here. The Varus taken away, which is, I'll be honest, odd. Varus Lulu is not something that you typically see paired together whatsoever, especially with Varus typically favoring the lethality build, but definitely can go on hit if required. It's something like a Malphite. I'd understand it, but plenty more champions to pair with the Lulu, so not doing much there. But I think the Garen, a nice ban away here. If you do end up sending that Malphite to the top lane, Garen very annoying into those tanky champions. Love taking support on 4 here though, final boss. You keep that flexible Malphite, could go jungle, could go top, keep that open.
Yeah, and speaking of continuing, calling back that Dorado game 1 that final boss had, it was exactly this bot lane combination that final boss piloted that was really the main reason why they ended up taking that game 1. Not single-handedly, it was a general all-around team performance, but instead the Zeri going to be locked in by the Spire. Not exactly something we see all too often. You were suggesting that it could be a Yunara lock-in, but yeah, Zeri is...
But champion comfort, I reckon, honestly. Like, that feels like what this is. There's no real difference in terms of overall team idea. Obviously, like the lane will be different, whatever champion you pick. But yeah, the idea of this, very nice. As the Rumble is taken on 5 arrow, I love the idea of this. You're kind of forcing that Malphite to be in the jungle now. You're almost splitting the flex for final boss by doing that.
Yeah, it would be nigh impossible for SCK into the Rumble to be able to survive. So we'll see where the top lane counter pick goes to from the side of final boss. Where they look for another neutralizing pick, maybe like the Galio, or instead going to be picking up the set that is locked in for final boss. Okay, it's an interesting choice, especially since there aren't exactly a lot of really major like big health targets to throw into the side of the Spire.
Yeah, I'm having a look here. I mean, it makes sense in terms of being able to counter the Rumble. From where I'm sat, you able to stack up your W passive pretty easy in as the set in this type of scenario. But yeah, I struggling to find information on this matchup. I will be honest, it feels like it's just naturally quite good, but maybe not great as the set. And as you say, there's not much beyond this lane where the set is really thriving. So if you want to take something better for the lane, I think there's plenty more options where that came from. And if you want to take something that's better for the late game as well, there's plenty more where that came from. It's a surprising decision here, but I think you needed something that was AD at the very least, right? Especially with Malphite in the jungle, probably not going to build much towards AP, but the Syndra in mid as well. If you then go AP top, then you're running into 5 Merc Reds at that point, and it becomes that much more difficult. So I respect the idea of going AD, but set, it feels very much more player dependent. And to be fair, SDK, that was like playing set.
Yep.
So a lot more player dependent than it is maybe matchup dependent.
And so we'll to see how that plays out into game 2. But for now, we'll send it to the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be loaded onto the Rift for the Spire and Final Boss Esports to see if Spire can close it out with a sweep or if Final Boss sends us to 3. But either way, we'll be with you in just a few short moments. Back, everyone. We've gone straight in to game one once again at the 45-second mark, though. Not quite seeing as much early action in this one. Once again, or not once again, both junglers this time starting on opposite sides of the map. Zoran this time not going to be wanting to path towards the bottom side, instead going to opt to not face a telephobia.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense. Xin Zhao is powered by Lulu at level 4. Pretty difficult to match up with the Malphite. You just need to farm to 6 effectively as Malphite in the jungle here. You have to farm to do so. Speed to be able to get there for sure. Looking to go the opposite sides. Both of them going to be spotted when they hit to the Raptors on their 4th camp. They have towards there to do precisely that. But I mean, Xin Zhao taking them spotted. Maybe suspected of doing some shenanigans. Playing it off the side. We'll have to find out, of course. The split map feels pretty unlikely here. So sometimes you see this, can get that, but around. They will just be clearing. Goes off the side as you would expect. The rest of the map has to live with that, right? Pineapple on top side, you managed to split the flex. You managed to make sure the Malphite goes to the jungle. Congratulations. Now you're playing Rumble into set, and you're getting pushed under. If you step up, you're going to just feed his W passive. You're going to take a haymaker to the face. And typically a haymaker from a set ends up being a knockout punch. Not a fun time at all, especially with the Malphite then moving up towards the top side. It's going to make it that much more difficult for Pineapple to play. Whereas on the bot side, it's the opposite, right? We have Puss in Boots and Root currently able to push out this wave, currently able to play under the enemy's turret. But when the Xin Zhao gets down here, you've got to be a lot more careful. You might be able to get one more wave where you get this push, and then after that, you have to play that much more scared, that much more respectful of a telephobia who will be down there about minute.
Final Boss's bot lane should know that a telephobia is going to the bottom side of the map, though, just out of expectations, but also because there was a ward on the Raptor camps that has now expired on the blue side Raptors, so they should have been able to eventually spot them. They now also have a ward in Tribush, so they'll eventually see a telephobia arrive. Doubt we'll be seeing too much early action. They step over the ward now. Vision was marked out by Final Boss, so they do know. We'll back away and just let that go the way things kind of expected to do.
They could have got freeze off here, I think. I'd love to see bot side if they have chosen freeze. They went to push.
It doesn't look like it.
I'm shocked. When you have a Xin Zhao there, you can force the base out of Final Boss, and you had 5 casters in that wave. That's a premium freeze opportunity there for the Spire in the bot lane. They choose not to. They choose to just keep on pushing. They're going to be able to map bases potentially here. Cull and Boots taken early by this Boots, so a solid early base, but it's going to take a long time for this Felios to really get online. I'm surprised that Zeri Lulu didn't just go for the freeze and then take a base of their own, because that wave isn't going to push. That wave's going to stay precisely there. Instead, they push the wave. Now the wave's in a really awkward position. Look where it is. It's kind of in between the middle of the lane and closer to the Final Boss turret. It's not that good at all for the Spire, who now have to walk a long way, and it may even get frozen on them.
Yeah, and into the Aphelios, especially early on, there's a lot of good early combos available to him. That blue and purple early specifically we'll eventually get to, but also with the range of the Calibrum as well as we see the final resting spot of the way very much favored to the side of Final Boss. Jayfeather and Mollywops just completely unable to step up to the wave.
Yeah, and now you can see how much that has mattered, right? If you get the freeze, you don't even need to hold it. You don't even get that first wave yet. You can just leave the wave there, take your own base on the same timer as your enemies, and then you come back with a very similar power level now. It's a free push. Final Boss whenever they want it. Great trade as well on Jayfeather. That level going just wide from Becca, millimeters away that time around, but it's still the HP advantage very much so in your Aphelios' favor. And you're also playing with a Nami.
With Nami, yeah.
You don't even care if you take bad trades because you have a Nami there to heal you up. Interesting decision from Becca going tier 1 boots instead of going towards something to get a bit more mana back.
Telephobia, though, arriving once again in the bottom lane. We'll get first the slow from the Zeri, not quite going to land. Bus and Poot's going to kite things out as much as possible, so it will at least alleviate some of the pressure that Final Boss's bot lane was able to create in the 2v2 over Jfeather and Mollywops, but it does slow down Telephobia a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the bigger thing, right? It's slowed down Telephobia a lot more than it's than anything to this bot side. They have so much push that both the Zeri and the Lulu are catching the wave. It means they effectively have 2v1 until Mollywops is able to leave Jfeather alone for a little bit, make his own way up, and at that point it's still only a 2v2. The wave was so big, Jfeather had so much pressure on him. He had to catch that wave. He even had to take an extra base to just get some health there, while Biscuit was pushing another one under the turret. The single decision to push that wave instead of going for the freeze has changed so much of how this early lane looks. Now, the Aphelios is up 2 waves worth of CS. He's able to take a base or a pickaxe up against these Berserker Greaves, and he's in an amazing place in the lane. Becca already with Lucidity Boots at 6 minutes. That is, like, you can't get much better than that as a dog.
Yeah, and as mentioned, mainly it is the extra CS that has given Listen Poots the pickaxe, as well as the extra gold from the Cold going to be quite a bit. Aqua Prison lands its way down. Zoran's it was a little bit short though. It's a perfect opportunity, a really good gank angle for the final boss jungler, but Zoran just going to come up short with the unstoppable force and will lose out on potential first blood.
Oh, and that's first gank on Malphite jungle as well. This is a very similar champ to how Nocturne operates, right? The first gank changes everything for your game, and that first gank was not very good for Zoran. Unfortunately, just a little bit too far away. He could have taken a little bit more time. You see the bubble was only just wearing off when he got down there anyway, so he could have taken an extra couple of steps and then you get that guaranteed knockup for your side. I looked at Busboot also using Ghost in that play to catch up to what was happening. He would then been able to have done so much more damage. Hitting level 6 now, Moonlight Vigil available for him. No 6 is available for the Spire. So still has the push in the bot lane. Still has the lion's share of the damage and the danger. But it could have been so much better as Ishan's taking some rough trades in mid.
Taking quite low, will probably have to recall here. Doesn't have teleport either, having used it earlier, so we'll miss out a little bit in terms of farm, but I'm a little bit further behind. Don't really have too much to be able to complete on this space either, so Brang doing really well in this counter matchup that Final Boss has opted into, and also with Zoran on the opposite side of the map, will mean the first straight goes away to the Spire.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. With your mid laner that far pushed back in the base already, you definitely cannot contest. You may as well try and do something else on Malphite. Your ultimate's already back, apparently. I don't know how that time is already there, and I mean, RKO makes it very set up.
Yep, the show will be stopped on to Pineapple. The force will be unstoppable, and very easy kill goes the very easy kill goes the way of Final Boss and SCK to be able to open up the score line here early on.
That was,
or not early,
that was
but
pretty unstoppable. Well, yeah, not early on for a first blood, especially in BOL Premier, but they get it done about the 9-minute mark. The second gank from the Malphite much more successful than the first. Put SCK in a great position to potentially extend that advantage, pushing a wave under, able to take his base now, especially when you compare what he's up against. Right, Swifty boots on Rumble, it's effective. It's a very good boots choice, especially if your opponent has a lot of slows, but it doesn't feel very good for dealing damage. What he wants to be doing about now to try and equalize what's happened early on. And speaking of dealing damage, job just absolutely destroying Ishan, who should leave that move to make up for it.
Yeah, will be able to pick up the first item power spike. The Ludens will help clear out the wave, is able to believe that. Does have the teleport this time around as well, so won't miss out on anything. And if anything, will actually have a slight advantage for the time being, considering they did complete their item.
And we'll see if it comes to anything. It's there goes the week. Already got them, so not to get any extra value, but value really going down in bot now for Boots. Great job. Third place.
Lightning Crash will drop, and then the tidal wave into the Aqua Prison locks down Jay Feather, who has to flash away and use the barrier. So final boss's bot lane, they performed really admirably last week on this combination. Hasn't quite been as dominant this time around, but still coming out on top in that trade.
Hey Zoran, you know how you're clearing to top side? Now, how would you like to gank bot? Just out of interest, there you know sums. Would you like to come bot soon? Yours sincerely,
Yep.
our bot lane. Free whenever you want, honestly. The next 5 minutes are incredibly difficult for Jay.
Yeah, not only that, there's also no ult on Molly Wops for the short time being as well, especially if Zoran hightails it to the bottom lane will make that all that much easier, though, as you already had mentioned, with no sums on Jay Feather, it will certainly help out things a little bit for Jay Feather with the wild growth, but still very much favored to final boss for the time being, which does bring the attention of a Telephobia to be able to help out a little bit. But I don't think they will have much of a gank angle just yet, and also with Zoran, you know, packing up and running straight down the lane, eventually see a potential big fight coming through in the bottom lane. Not quite going to be as worth as much, considering it's 2 minutes for the next Drake to spawn, but still, all junglers with all their attention here.
A great timer for Zoran to turn up to make something happen. Trying to make the
Oh,
lane
hold
gank
on.
work.
Frang flashing forward to try to find a kill onto Ishan. Will get the trade of flashes. Gets Ishan very low, not quite going to find it. Ruse, Aqua Prison, going to just land a little bit short, but it won't quite matter. The tidal wave follow-up will eventually try to lock down Jay Feather. Not quite going to come through.
Did he miss his ult twice?
I think he did. Unfortunately for me right now, I'm watching it at like 2 FPS, so I can't quite tell for certain. It did look like that was the case. Hold up, but before we get to the top lane, SK getting burnt down by Pineapple, taking very low, not quite going to find the kill just yet. So you move our attention once again to the bottom lane. Mollywops getting chugged out by Buss and Poots. Not quite going to find the kill just yet, but Buss and Poots flash forward, gets the ward down, finds the vision, and with the moonlight visual, the shield comes through in time for Mollywops to not be killed. But the dive in the 2v2 as well as actually SEK getting killed there. So it's traded even, but first tower going to be picked up by the bot lane of Final Boss.
That constant pressure really paying off now by getting that first tower indeed. Using Burst and Boots flash to get that kill. I had to say worth this time around, but I'd have loved to have seen Zoran put up his flash. If he was thinking that range was the issue, like, I don't mind you just pressing flash out on the bot lane. Jay Feather has nothing he can do about it. He's already CC'd by an amazing bubble courtesy of Rue. You just need to flash out at that point. Screw the lane gank, screw the sneakiness. The guy's already CC'd. Just guarantee that kill, and then you can have your aggression through the bot lane anyway. As it is, still an amazing play, still Burst and Boots with a disgusting advantage in the bot lane, right? He has claimed the first turret, he already has first item Hex Optics, plus a BF sword compared to Jay Feather, who doesn't even have first item, looks like he's going Yuntal. Like, the difference occurring right now in bot lane is huge. You could have made it so that it was just your flash instead of your ADCs, which may have made this Drake a little bit easier to protect.
Yep, but now, as is, the Spire do get the early push into the river. We'll be able to set up for this Drake. Zoran, when being marked, let's gather. Rake finds way onto Vrang. The unstoppable force follow-up drops through. Vrang quickly burnt down. Ishan wants to get the kill. The gravity, well, going to find a stun onto 4, but it's not nearly big enough of a follow-up. As you mentioned, the Rumble teleport does come down. It's a good scout of the week.
Huge.
But the equalizer is so much better. Burns down the entirety of Final Boss. Pineapple finding so much value with their ultimate. Going to sweep up this fight perfectly. SEK, the only one left alive in the top lane, but the second Drake as well going to be going the way of Spire.
And that is a massive difference made by Pineapple. We saw him earlier, like, barely missing out on that kill in the top lane. SEK able to survive that time, but this time it's not about the kills in the top lane, it's about the kills in the rest of the map. Pineapple using his TP, gains the shield, flies into the back of the pit, and it's just not spotted by Final Boss. How could it have been? And it's such a big game changer now. SEK can try and make something happen in the top lane. He's going to do precisely that with the showstopper, but Frank looks like he may be able to escape anyway. And
Yeah,
I mean,
and actually,
the Rumbles has so much more of an impact than the set.
so much more. I mean, that last fight really turned things around for the side of the Spire. They were slowly bleeding out early on, but speaking of Vrang, could be caught out once again. SK going to be healed up, flashing forward, gets the pullback, doesn't quite get the kill just yet. Zoran is arriving, Haymaker drops down, had it available to them the whole time despite the low health. That being said, Buss and Poots left alone in the mid lane as a result, and so Pineapple picks up their 4th kill of the game.
How are we doing these things? Like, okay, great play on top. Congratulations, you get that kill onto the enemy mid. You punish that flash time of Vrang walking up in a lane that is longer in length than mid without flash. Great punish. But it costs you so much more. Buss and Poots, you cannot be walking up when you have no support. You know that your support is showing on top. That means that you have a target on your back instantly. Your jungler is showing on top. That means you're going to get engaged on in mid instantly. You cannot walk up to contest that wave, and a very good punish in return there for the Spire to equalize what happened in the top lane.
And so, as a result, gold's exactly level, but a lot of it is onto Pineapple, who is now the target of Final Boss, will be pulled back and stunned. The equalizer drops and is just going to burn down both Zoran, but it's a big punch that eventually gets claimed by Zoran. A Telephobia going to finally auto down SCK, but a really big turnaround from the set will at least get some value back, but the eventual arrival of Telephobia and a Mollywop's able to equalize things here. That being said, Buss and Poots and Rue have arrived. J-Feather autoing down away onto Rue. Party use the lightning class. Buss and Poots' damage is absolutely insane. So despite the blunder earlier, just walks up, is able to clean things up here for Final Boss, especially with what has been a really messy fight in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's overstays on both sides. I understand going for the kill. It makes sense. You get the kill on the Rumble. Congratulations. How much damage they took from standing the equalizer to do it. Feels like maybe they could have taken a little bit longer, take an alternate pathing. Maybe use the showstopper from SEK to pull him away so you don't have to take so much. If you're able to pull him towards your turret, it would have been even better there. But as it is, they still get the kill, but it cost them overall. But only a 2 for 2, right? Because Buss and Poots turns up, using the Ghost to get up there faster than J-Feather could. Able get that kill back, goes to your ADC, even better. And now J-Feather, who was just struggling to get into play, he used his flash to get into that play. He wasn't just struggling, he literally threw everything he could to get there in time. He still wasn't there, and now he's flashless for the next 4 minutes. That may be the biggest part of this play overall, because the rest of it was kind of neutral. It's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, and having that extra mobility on the Zeri makes you that much more slippy, especially if you're in and around these walls. You can run really quickly over them. Being said, speaking of the other ADC Final Bosses, Buss and Poots on that last recall with that extra kill, they got that gold. Able to pick themselves up the Infinity Edge, now sitting on 2 items. Certainly going to be one that is going to require a lot of attention from the Spire.
He is already officially scared. Right? This is not a fun place to be. You are Spire focused. Massive spike now for Buss and Poots, especially with this Drake spawning in not very long. I expect one more wave to be pushed out, then he may look for a base on Berserker Greaves. And then with his flash advantage over J-Feather, this should be almost uncontestable for the Spire. Zoran has flash. Buss and Poots has flash, J-Feather doesn't. You, even with a second item for Zeri, cannot contest this type of game. You just have to back off. Mid push also conceded by that base time found by Jade. They need to get the turret first. This is insane time found. No side has got Rift Herald. No side's going to get Rift Herald. That's going away in 15 seconds. But, I mean, a great use of tempo there to claim the tier 1. Easy to get that base off, but they don't really care. They're just going to take the fight because J-Feather still has no flash.
Yep, but is on 2 items themselves. Will be doing an okay amount of damage. I mean, mainly with his areas, which he gets really scarce around 3. So a little bit of a power deficit on this, or at least in terms of ADCs between the two of them. Both teams starting to really pile in around this Drake spawning, or has spawned. Is available with Scatter Weak, finds way onto Vrang.
Yes.
Equalizer not really going to hit much. Pineapple going to do their first best to try to burst down Buss and Poots, but just a bit too far away. Now flashes,
So
won't
forward.
quite get killed. Finally goes down, but it takes so much for the Spire to be able to do so. And the turnaround from Final Boss is massive with a haymaker taking down J Feather. That being said, Vrang going to try to use his little laser to burn down a few of the squishies of Final Boss, but Telethea will be completely caught out and separated from the remaining members of the Spire. Vrang doing their best to stick around and try to turn this fight around, but there's just not enough power left in the tank of the Spire. Final Boss go 3-for-1 advantage in that fight and pick up the Drake.
They also use 3 flashes though, not something you can do for every single fight, so you're going to temper that a little bit, but it'll be a big fight win nonetheless for them. Able to stop the Drake stacking for now, and I mean, we saw in the previous game 2 Drakes to start things off, and then a 4 Drake Soul going the other way. 4 Drakes to Cloud Soul would be near on unstoppable, I think, especially with an Aphelios buffed up and move speed by a Nami. I would be very scared of facing up against Buss and Boots, but I'll be honest, I think the Spire was scared of facing up against him there. He was walked so far up on the mid wave. Equalizer didn't quite reach him. If that got a single tag onto him, then I think he may have been too far up, and that may have even turned the fight around in the Spire's favor. As things were, he was able to just about hang on to his very aggressive position, ended up making it work, but I feel like you maybe don't need to do that as Buss and Boots in a fight such as that. You have an advantage already by the fact of J Feather cannot walk up, right? He cannot walk within flash R range of a Malphite. That means that he can't walk up at all. You already have range advantage established because of that. You just stand behind your front line. You can play the front to back a lot safer. Instead, walks up in mid and very nearly gets caught out by himself. And this is something we've seen from Final Boss, right? Their ADC is incredibly aggressive, and he will sometimes play maybe a little bit too aggressive. And it is finding that edge, right? I'm imagining in my head, I'm comparing this to like a Diablo on DNK, right?
Yeah.
He will just walk up, and
Yep.
sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. That's where I'm imagining this.
That is actually a
Yes, I
really
just
apt comparison.
deal with it.
Yeah, the guy who got it was like 2 pentakills in like his first 2 games at first stand. It was very high praise, though. I mean, yeah, very normal comparison. I mean, well, I feel like it's a pretty normal thing to do is to make comparisons to pro players, whether or not, like, not necessarily in terms of skill, but more so in style. And I think that has definitely been an apt one for Buss and Poots so far. Have to see if they can keep themselves safe for this one. And just like Diablo, has the main focus of this Final Boss team. I think that's pretty fair to say, considering the games last week and how Game 1 went today. So, again, all eyes on Buss and Poots. If they could just calm down a little bit and maybe not walk up to waves that are going to be so easily contested without flash.
Exactly. Right? Especially now that when you burn the flash in a fight such as that, obviously it's important to win the fight, use the flash to win the fight, fair enough, but it means that you can't be as aggressive in 5 minutes afterwards. Luckily for everyone involved, Flash is a 5-minute timer. Drake is a 5-minute timer.
Yep.
You're going to have enough up for the next Drake fight, so you're not going to lose all too much. There may have been, though, questions of a Baron, potentially, for Final Boss in a different world, but now you have a lot less pressure around that objective because you just can't walk up as far, you can't play as aggressive, especially now that J Feather has his own flashback. You weren't able to punish his flash timer anymore because you had to burn your own.
And so to wait around a little bit longer. Obviously, the next Drake spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. It would be soul point to the Spire if they can pick it up for themselves, but obviously they have to answer a really big Buss and Poots sized question. They can stop this Aphelios, who, by the way, Buss and Poots' farming so far has been second to none to anybody in the league.
earlier on in this game, he was struggling while the chaos was happening, but he's been able to just farm up it effectively, like 12 CS a minute, right? Every single minion it feels like he is claiming, and that's enough to get him to his item spike. You ever look across the other side? Obviously, J-Feather down the kill, but up 2 assists, typically balancing out somewhat. The difference is the 40 CS, and the difference is the fact that we have an LDR completed for Bus and Boots with more expensive items before that, compared to not an LDR just yet for J-Feather. If he can't get it up for this Drake fight, then I honestly don't think it's even worth contesting. It's so difficult to look at this fight for J-Feather in his position. He is going to take a base by the looks of things. Maybe he has it, and maybe they can contest. But yeah, he's cancelled it. He's trying to just catch the mid-wave instead. Final boss, this should be theirs every day of the week. And if Spire send it and they end up losing 5, then I told you so.
Well, next Drake spawning in 15 seconds. Doesn't look like the Spire want to give this one up the way they are posturing forward. Teleport now coming through from SCK to make this a 5v5. It was a pretty big turnaround in the last Drake fight, or actually the one before that. That ended up winning it for the Spire. So now all 5 members arriving in around this Drake. It will see a big fight come through. A Telephobia, but going to have to pop the ult really early. Equalizer finds its way down onto multiple members, but it's just going to be healed right back up with the redemption. So the early advantage not going to be going the way of the Spire, and the turnaround of Final Boss. The ult from the Aphelios cuts through everyone. No hope for the Spire to be able to turn this one around. Flashing forward from Bus and Poots to secure the triple kill. Going to be looking for yet another Quadra in the series. Molly Wop's the only one left alive. Going to be snared up by the Gravitum. That will be the second Drake as well, going the way of Final Boss.
Yeah, I think the fight was played amazing well by Final Boss. I personally don't think you should be flashing in after you've already won the fight. I think you have to understand how important you are to the team as the Aphelios in this situation, right? You effectively are the team fight. You are the damage. You are the win condition for your side. Giving over such a key summoner to get one final kill, okay, it's on the enemy ADC. I get it. But I do question whether or not it was worth it. Mollywops is
There's no way Mollywops does this, right?
Up. Pineapple is coming in.
Okay, good. Good.
Like
Zorn wasn't there.
Like, why is Zorin not there, though? You know what I mean? Like, why is
he picked up the Drake. He picked up the Drake.
Surely he can get up there faster. The Drake died 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, either way, it was perhaps a bit needlessly risky from Final Boss. They do end up getting the Baron anyway, so, you know, getting both neutral objectives off the board in such a dramatic fashion, also propelling them up to a 3.5k gold lead, the most definitive lead either team has had so far in this game. And with the Baron, will look to expand that even further.
Are giving up something on bot side though. Frank gonna have to push in an extra wave to get that turret down, but
Telephobia just going to flash preemptively, and honestly, fair play. There was not making it out of that one if he didn't. Mollywops not quite going to get hit by the Scout of the Week, but very scary moments for a few of these staggered members of the Spire.
Yeah, how much more threat could you have, right? If you had a couple of those extra flashes, obviously no Malphite flash from the amazing turnaround before, but if you had Bus Boots able to just flash onto the Lulu there, maybe that's the kill in mid. Maybe your flash times then desync from the Drakes, but that might be enough to push even more than just this tier 2. For now, it's the weighing of what happened in this game. The micro decisions that matter so much, and that's a huge scat of the week.
Yeah, and it gets the flash away from Pineapple. We're talking about desyncing the flashes from the neutral objectives. Pineapple not going to have theirs for the next Drake or Baron spawning in 3 minutes. And so 2 tier 2 towers go the way of Final Boss. They clear out any of the camps remaining for the Spire, just going to get themselves that much more gold, expanding their lead to 5k. And look very comfortable to be able to send us to a game 3.
Still not a massive lead though, right? 5,000 at 30 minutes is not a big lead by any stretch. Bus and Poot's not on great guns now either, green and blue. not really what you want, especially with this engagement.
Blue
up
going to
Hello.
flash away. It's a good tidal wave to slow down the engage.
Oh my
and
God.
Boots completely deletes mollywops. Didn't even care that he stepped forward. The shutdown is eventually traded back the way of Pineapple, and actually the turnaround from the Spire could be all right. SCK going to send Pineapple back into the mixer and give Aru the kill, and so a 3-4-1. But they do pick up the ADC of Final Boss on the side of the Spire, which is a really big kill.
Would have been nice if you had a splash then. Those
Yeah.
different things, right? You play so aggressively, the blue gun doing amazing things, Infernum spreading damage across the board, but you end up paying for it with your life. Okay, 3 for 1, positive play once more, you extended from 5 to 7,000, but it's a 4th death in this game. Everyone else in your team currently sat at 1s and 2s, right? It's just Boots. He's the one stepping furthest forward, he's the one taking the most risk right now. And honestly, when he's the one that has all this gold, he's the one that is so fed, you don't want him to be the one taking risk. You want him to be the one that is almost playing risk-free, right? You want him to be so well protected that there is no threat against him. At 4.5 items, you should not be the one in the front line. You should be the one getting everyone to protect you. We saw in the previous game how many people Final Boss were willing to throw to keep Bus and Boots alive on a hyper carry. It should be the same thing happening once more. Instead, he's the one stepping forward, he's doing a lot of damage, but when he ends up dying for it, it feels slightly less worth it.
Yeah, but mentioned it did expand their gold lead not much more to about 7k, so
If he stays alive, it's a great base though, that's the difference.
that's fair. That is fair. But still a positive play for the side of Final Boss. We'll have to wait around for the next 30 seconds for the Drake to spawn. It's not going to be contested at all by the Spire. We'll go the way of Final Boss, barring a really questionable play. So Soul Point to Final Boss with the Cloud Soul. 3 Cloud Drakes as well. Saw this last game with the 4 Infernal Drake Soul going the way of Spire. This time we get a very similar scenario, though I don't know if it's really as effective for Final Boss this time around. It's
4 Drake and Cloud Soul, it's insane.
It gives Boost and Poots. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I take that back. Boost and Poots alone, being able to just ult and get a million move speed.
But even without the ultimate bonus, right? Having 4 Cloud Drakes gives you so much extra move speed, then you add Nami passive on top of that, you get even more move speed
Nami passive.
every time Rue presses a button onto Bus and Poots, which is going to be happening a lot, right? It compiles every extra bit of move speed, and it's just going to make it that much more effective, because I believe the Drake is also percentage move speed bonus. So, like, everything is going to be just stacked.
Oh, that's a really good scout of the week to really secure a telephobia, but they actually just turned their attention onto Pineapple. 2 kills go the way of Final Boss very comfortably. Ishan on a killing spree for 1 in 5 and 3 items. Bus and Boots flashing forward, does so much damage to J Feather. Oh my goodness, Bus and Boots! 200 years of collective game design experience on full display from Bus and Boots. Oh my goodness,
Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna flash.
Yeah, you know what? Sure. Yeah, sure. That being said, Bus and Boots may have.
Die. Nice one.
I mean, that just really does summarize Bus and Boots as a player. That quick exchange right there, flashing in for a 2v1, then immediately pushing his luck too far to get killed by Brain, given over his shutdown. That really just epitomizes Bus and Boots as a player right there. Like, that clip alone, that's him.
Yeah, and the clip afterwards is asking why. Like, I get it, you're strong, but like, come on, man. Like, you don't need to do this to yourself. You don't need to do this to us. You can just win the game. Why are we doing this? It was effectively just Vrang alive. If you wait 30 seconds, you get so much more as a team.
You get Baron as well.
As it is, the inhib isn't even broken, and you're dead for Baron spawn.
Yeah, and it will be spotted out by the Spire, but these 2 members of the Spire have gone a bit too far forward, hit by the unstoppable force. J-Feather quickly killed. Pineapple going to be going down in short order, not without the flash away to try to stay alive. And now Vrang actually going to spot out Rue, burning her down. Shutdown gets picked up by the Victor, all the while Zoran does claim Pineapple's a 1-for-1 trade overall, or 2-for-1 considering J-Feather went down earlier. Bus and Poots is arriving. Watch Bus and Poots, he's here. It's a really good gravity well to prevents Boots and Poots from walking any further, but a trade up in kills to the side of Final Boss means they turn their attention straight to the Baron, and it's not really going to be contested by the Spire.
All about having enough damage to burst through Jada, but caught off guard by the Malphite from the bush. The burst damage enough, even without their Aphelios, to get through the Zeri.
Wait, what are Spire doing here? Boots and Poots quickly burst down. Molly whops Rang in short order. SEK, the one who finds that kill. Telephobia has nowhere to go. GA popped, but going to be killed in just a few seconds now. Ishan going to get that with the Scout of the Week. I could not tell you why the Spire was there. I genuinely, what were they doing?
We saw this in game 1.
Exactly, no, and then, wait, it's a repeat.
People love to step up when the objective is already gone. And unfortunately, what happened on one side of the rift can definitely happen on the other. The inhib finally gets taken out, taking advantage there of the base already being broken. Now you can push towards the tier 2 in bot lane as well. Tier 3 very close to being taken in top. This should be game ending. If not right here, then in just terms of the pressure, there should be a minimum triple inhib. Maybe even Nexus turrets falling because they still got 10 seconds and a couple of death times here.
Oh, and the Scout of the Week falls on the J Feather. Unstoppable Force comes through. Zorn secures the kill. And that will all but confirm game 2 going the way of Final Boss in emphatic fashion. At least once they took the lead, they didn't look back. Puss and Pooch just going to pat his stats a little bit more. SEK as well, getting the kill on to Molly Wops, getting an extra 3 kills for themselves to close things out. So Final Boss in 36 minutes, claim game 2 and send us to a deciding game 3.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in Zoran there. Ending the game when your team's about to get 2 more kills, like.
Dude, you're right.
Are we not stat padding? Like this is the time to stat pad. Seriously.
No, you see, Zorn was actually getting kind of low, so they needed to end the game before they gave a kill over to the Spire. So like that's truly they can't allow the Spire to pad their own stats too. Either way, Final Boss Esports in relatively emphatic fashion, especially with Puss and Poots, a few of those moments coming away with victory. Once again on the Aphelios is an absolute beast on that champion.
Oh, absolutely. Dominant start to finish there, but I'm sure we'll have our criticisms of how he played it, but they end up winning.
That's fair too.
They end up winning, and that's what's most important, right? So head into game 3 now. It is all tied up. It is all to play for. 20 champions out of the pool. The pros going to be changing around a lot, I'm sure. We'll see what they go for. We'll see how they want to play this one as we head into game 3 after this.
And welcome back for a decisive final match between the Spire and Final Boss. After what has been a very seesaw heavy series so far, Rue.
Yeah, Stomp versus Stomp to get things started, but maybe a little bit less of a Stomp in game one. It was close until it wasn't. Now the sides are swapped, but the bands stay relatively similar. Jace Carly both banned away by Final Boss once more. The Spire getting rid of Aurelia Shen. The third band changes once more. We get Pantheon ban on blue side, and then Mordekaiser taking away R3.
And this time, Spire opting to move to the red side, going to want the counter pick. They were banning Varus a lot in the second round of picks in the first two games, and so Final Boss going to be picking up Varus B1 for themselves.
Didn't Final Boss ban Varus in game 2?
Did they?
I don't remember which round it is, I'll be honest. They
Maybe.
R1 here.
Either way, Varus has been unavailable either way, and so...
Now it's here. Now it's here, ready to stay. Interesting decision here for the Spire as they're just going to take the Ivan straight up. Varus, a champ that cares less about Ivan than your typical champ, right? If you're going lethality, Serpent's Fang is not out of your build path by any means. It's just another lethality item that gets rid of those shields. Ivan suddenly has a lot less value. So you either need to go incredibly tanky with this to force him on hit, or you've just got to accept that you do a little bit less as an Ivan in a game such as this. Looks like you're going to pair it with something tanky to start off with. The Leona being employed here by the Spire by the looks of things has been locked in. So maybe they're just choosing to go tanky, force him on hit, but at the same time, I don't really understand why we're going Ivan in the first place.
Yeah, especially this early on. It's not one that you typically expect to see, and especially considering we've got a lot of meta junglers still up and available. I mean, Jarvan, for example, just off the top of my head, is up, and so, or just really anything 80 bruiser. Obviously, there's no Pantheon since that was taken away, but I mean, Xin Xiao was off the table, but like, I think Vi's up. Either way, Braum going to be locked into in as a response to the Spire taking Leona blind. Going to get you that extra safety with Varus as well. Just a pretty strong lane overall, all things considered. And speaking of Jarvan, hey, there he is, locked in by Final Boss.
Yeah, and I mean, Braum, absolutely lovely into Leona as well, because you, as a Braum, love to peel.
Yep.
How do you peel? You need something to peel against. The Leona comes flying in. There is your target to peel off of your Varus. Instantly value guaranteed. Don't even need to worry about the door in that type of match either. Your value is just peeling that Leona away from your ADC, as the Spire gonna somewhat respect the fact that there is the Jarvan, taking a champion that has a dash, has a hop, get away from Cataclysm at the very least. So paying their dues, but still probably not the most fun time in that bot lane, I would imagine. Feels like Varus Braum should have nearly everything they could possibly want into Tristana.
Especially with how short range Tristana is early on. I mean, this lane from the Spire, I feel like if it wasn't into a Braum, it's one that you can feel pretty good by, considering how easily Tristana can follow up on the Zenith Blade. But with Braum there, I guess you could sometimes find a rocket jump angle out of the opposite direction of the Unbreakable. Still not exactly the most ideal. And so as we go around through the second round of bans, Garen and Jax going to be taken away. And with Jax off the board for SCK, his champion pool starts to look a lot thinner, because that's really the only champ available that SCK plays regularly that's now gone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if the second man here for Spire is Mundo as well. They're looking to really target this guy on top lane. We've seen Garen in second rotation ban all 3 games by Final Boss. They know that it is a favorite for the Spire in that second rotation. They're going to take away a Fiora as well from Apple, so something with real good counterplay potential. He's effectively tanked like 4 bans in this draft. That Pantheon we typically see as a jungle ban, but it's a Apple favorite. The Kali as well.
So is a Kali, yeah.
Another one. So like he has tanked now 4 bans in this draft. I hope for his sake he at least gets counterpick, as there is a missed ban shown. I wonder if that is a missed ban in reality. It does leave Mundo open for SCK, but it is somewhat counterable depending on how deep Pineapple's champ pool is, and hey,
Ooh.
Gwen exists, so that might be enough. Or he's just
Well,
going to buy Cassandra.
instead, the Cassante is going to get locked in by the Spire, a decent neutralizing pick, but doesn't mean that the counter pick is left open for Final Boss. They will be saving counter pick for Vrang, interestingly enough. Not exactly the most orthodox move from the Spire. Though, to be fair, picking up the Ivern first, not exactly the most normal thing to do
I think
either.
what this is they're looking for Mel, but they don't want to get they're looking for TF rather, but they don't want to get Mel thrown at them. So instead, they're going to allow the Mundo in top side, which suddenly exists a lot more into Cassante, right? The early game, neither side doing all too well. The Cassante will get early push, Mundo absolutely fine with that. Then come that 1 to 2 item spike, Mundo will really start to take over and become a massive split push threat that is near unstoppable. Um, I understand, I think, what they're going for here. I think you're almost basing Final Boss into like a Mel picks. You can't twist a fate as Vrang, which is his most played. But if they do that, then you have plenty of other things. Instead, they're going to go the Oriana. And now you can take what you wanted in the mid lane. But I feel like it may be better to switch this around, right? Playing something to just put this Mundo 3 years behind, probably more effective than trying to bully out an Oriana.
Yeah, and that's an Oriana with a Jarvan already selected as well. Very effective ball delivery system. An absolute classic of a pick. And so the response, something we see a lot in pro play into the Oriana, is the Anivia going to be locked in for Vrang. And so, yeah, they go for a bit of a pretty standard one there, but I do have to agree, saving the counter pick for Pineapple, especially how he's performed so far in the series, and especially in that last game with a few of those equalizers on the Rumble. Certainly, I don't know why the name failed. Either way,
It happens
going it happens sometimes where just like champion names blank you, or just like names in general, it's just like and, brain farts. Either way, I've got to agree. And so now with the Cassante into the Mundo, I mean, once you hit level 6 with the all out, you can definitely do some damage, especially if you can hit that level 6 first. But it's going to be asking quite a bit. And considering how SCK has played on this champion, it is one that could very much cause a lot of problems for the Spire.
Absolutely. I mean, Cassante still has a fine matchup into Mundo, right? Let's not get that twisted. This is not like a hard counter pick for the blue side here. This is more like a SEK wants to be on his comfort and also get his team a very good front line, while also having amazing split push potential. That's what this is. This is not like a lane destroying of a Cassante. Those very rarely exist. This is much more focused on Final Boss being able to push through their top lane, and hopefully for them having that lane of push, as long as you don't die early to something like that level 6 timer, maybe even the all in before then, because the early game, right?
Yeah.
As long as you can get through that, he's gonna be absolutely flying. I feel like Spire, in some regards, on a timer to deal with this Mundo, because I don't see anything come 35, 40 minutes that has a real easy time. You can knock his spell sheet up with the Zenith Blade and get the stun to at least get something on him, but I don't think you're going to burst down 6,000 health and then also deal with the healing to make probably more like 10,000 effective health in anywhere near enough time compared to how much damage Final Boss are going to do. And that means that you're almost forced to just peel back, peel back, peel back, poke, poke, poke. And do you have enough to get through this Mundo in those late game team fights? I'm not convinced.
Yeah, it'll take quite a bit for the Spire, assuming it goes that long. Which, to be fair, every game
So far
has
it
gone that long so far. So that's not a very dangerous assumption. That is one that I don't necessarily say you can rely on it, but definitely a distinct possibility, especially with a lot of the champions locked in. Not exactly the most early game power from these two teams. So all eyes will be on SCK. Almost forgot to change the teams around mentally. But yeah, all eyes will be on SEK if he can survive long enough. If he could, push, push, push and do classic Mundo things. Either way, we will see on the other side of this short spectator delay. So we'll see you in a few moments.
Bring down the dark regime. I know how to
And we are back once again for the final time, at least in this series between the Spire and Final Boss Esports. Well, immediately there was a little bit of a kerfuffle between these two teams, but with how quickly things start in this season, they back off each other. Won't really amount to much. You know, the main thing of note is from the side of the Spire, getting a little bit of unorthodox with their jungle picks. They're going to be picking up the Ivern here and to try to close things out.
Yeah, and we've pointed out in draft how when you pick an Ivern into a Varus, it doesn't usually end up all too well because of the ease of use that just going towards a Serpent's Fang is. This time though, Puss and Poots, we had a look in between, and this guy only ever plays on-hit Varus. Never plays the lethality version, which maybe shouldn't be a surprise, bearing in mind the fact that he only plays hyper carries, really. So it makes sense he wants to play this version of the Varus, but it also means that in some respects Ivan gets a little more value than perhaps he would have done otherwise, and as such, Phobia maybe get a little bit more from the Ivan than otherwise he would have. Still though, early on, Varus doing Varus things, and the other thing when you go on hit is that the cleanse doesn't feel quite as bad either, so Mollywop's going to get a bit less value by virtue of having cleanse on the Varus, and you're playing here.
Yeah. And it's also the Leona into the Braum, so it just becomes that much harder to actually get onto the Poots. It just really doesn't feel good at all for the side of Spire's bot lane, which, in general, considering how Puss and Poots has, done extremely well in early games, going to look to garner another massive advantage for this Varus. Even if Puss and Poots, admittedly, as the games have gone on into later portions, has been a little bit prone to getting caught out in very questionable positions, it's still been a threat no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure he will be a threat once more, but it's another champ where he's immobile, right? And sure, he has cleanse, but he had cleanse in game 1. He also had QSS in game 1, and it wasn't enough to survive on the Caitlyn. See what happens, of course. Moving over to the Varus as normal things happening so far. First clears done by both junglers. Somehow only 26 CS for a Telephobia. Don't even want to know how that happens when you literally farm every camp for free, but it's happened. Issue with Ivan is that your second rotation comes up a little bit later because you don't clear. Like your first clear is really fast, but like the timing when you actually clear the camps is quite late by comparison. So second clear going to be not as simple, but has at least got those first boots, the upgraded Lucidity boots for the jungler, as he looks to be just annoying now in the jungle. Zorin is going to not really care all too much. As long as you don't let him stand still and hit the camp for a second and get the smite down, you'll be absolutely fine. Just keep on working away at the Gromp, or ignore the Gromp entirely and go down to your walls, whatever floats your boat. Nice delay though there from the Telephobia to stop Zorin from being able to start up that second clear as quickly, and that should actually be able to equalize what we were talking about before. Now Telephobia is right back on track with his clear and keeping up with Zorin, who still hasn't taken his first base.
Yep, and so, they just continue on. It's probably not going to expect all too much action in this early game. There's not a lot of pressure any of these lanes will truly bring, at least not until level 6. And when you think that, Ishan with the Shockwave gets a really easy setup with the Jarvan, and Puss and Poots as well with the Chains of Corruption also set up a nice play in the bottom lane, but that is obviously when these level 6s come to. So, for now, we just kind of, sit back and relax and watch things go by. And I don't know, how's your day, or I guess like time zones wise, maybe night so far is gone. Oh, it's still day. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's still today. It's still today for now. Though by the end of this game, it might not be. I'm not worried too much about how my day was. I'm more interested actually in what Vrang is choosing to go towards here. Typically we see Anivia, we see Rod of Ages first, like every single time. He's not going Rod of Ages. Instead, lost chapter early. It likely will be the Seraphs, but typically you see Anivias take that second in nearly every tier of gameplay. So interesting decision there in mid for him. As also, of course, looking up towards top lane, SCK. The fact that nothing has happened in top lane means that good things are happening for SCK in top lane, right? This is the Mundo. It is the scaling pick on the top side while still being incredibly tanky. Doing a great job at not being all too far down, and he's just going to be absolutely stable. On the weak side right now, Telephobia is around with Daisy up and available. But he's not pushing too far forward. He's not giving over anything to Pineapple and Telephobia. And with bot lane being as it is, the push going through, going to give him the first rate there for final boss.
Yep, very comfortably so. As we kind of figured it would go that way, considering the advantage that final boss have in the bot lane. That is now a 10 CS lead to the side of Bus and Poots. Not quite as incredible as we've seen in games 1 and 2, but obviously give it time. That could very quickly start to get out of hand, as necessarily want to say is expected of Bus and Poots, but it would be the pattern that would continue.
I think it's expected at this point.
Is it yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, okay.
I think we can give it to him. He's had that good of game 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Where we can say that it's expected of him. Maybe not of his champions, but it's expected of him and how he's been able to play these games out, where he will generate advantages. Whether they're able to convert them as a team is maybe up for debate, as this is a massive trade from Frank. Hold on.
Ishan in trouble. Going to have to flash away from the Anivia ult, not to get burnt down. And so Ishan going to have to, likely have to recall to stay around for a little bit longer to be able to collect the wave. Won't miss out too much as a result, but no flash on the Orianna. It's a really big target on your back.
Oh, absolutely right. Being as immobile as you are, you're kind of stuck in these types of situations, but Elise has the ability to hang around. Didn't have to take the base. No extra push coming through there for Vrang. So, able to clear the wave out, take a base on your own timer, close to that first item spike, but not quite there yet, I would anticipate. As Vrang has chosen to go for aggressive boots and Sorcerer's Shoes completed by him. I would expect Ishan to maybe go towards Mercrez later on, because I'm scared of Anivia, I'll be honest. It's annoying. CC reduction sounds great to Leona as well. But at any rate, just stopping for the Hextech alternator so far. And looking to maybe make a play on bot side here is a Telephobia. Daisy's cool.
Daisy's call, but Zoran is nearby. It's really good.
Level 6
Unbreakable getting used. Flash forward from Zoran to try to find J5. The barrier keeps him alive a little bit longer, but that leaves Molly Wops completely isolated. First blood goes the way of Final Boss. Telephobia and J5, they're both very low. Zoran, though, caught out on the wrong side of the wall. Traded back by Telephobia. Really good counter from Vrang to arrive and be able to make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, but he's not the one with the kill, and that's going to leave a sour taste in his mouth, I'm sure. The fact that Ivan takes that kill, not what you wanted as the Anivia, I'm sure, especially now you're getting pressured somewhat by Ishan as well. Nice wall to make him stick around the ulti a little bit longer, get your electric proc off. You don't end up winning that trade, you're both walking back up to mid lane. Ishan even has a plant as well to heal himself back up.
Might try to find a way on Ishan. Vrang does have the egg for him to be able to come through if they die. Or if the health bar goes back down, it finally pops, and so that will give the kill over to Molly Wops. Probably wanted to pop that a little bit earlier from Vrang. Either way, 2-1 to the side of the Spire.
Yeah, it's a really awkward fight there for both sides, right? Does Ishan want to pop the egg earlier so that he doesn't take as much damage? Does he want to pop it later so that Leona gets the kill as what happened? It's awkward on every side. Speaking of awkward, SCK in a not a very fun time in the top side. Pineapple going all out, forcing the exchange of summoners there, as both TPs have been used recently as well. So SCK going to have to catch a wave on the turret and try and find a base timer for himself. Zoran, though, is on the top side claiming another objective for his team. So there's a positive coming through, at least in that regard, but somehow down in XP to this Ivan. I don't know what's been going on there. Equal in CS with an Ivan never feels great either. Telephobia doing a great job of being relevant in terms of farm and in terms of everything else right now. He hasn't even done many things invading. Could look to invade on Raptors, but doesn't have a smite. Makes it that much more difficult. They could just look to gank mid.
Yep, we'll summon up Daisy immediately, though Ishan on the opposite side of the map is going to get slowed up quite a bit. Another really good wall from Vrang and stun layered CC. Ishan can't go anywhere. Vrang will finally pick up a kill.
Oriana no back. Still, that's the difference, right? You called it when it happened. Forced to flash away in the mid play, it's ended up in 2 deaths for Ishan. And now when Zoran's trying to catch this wave mid, and Telephobia has enough time to take away his Raptors too. So he punishes the different areas coming through for this Ivan. Amazing job moving around the map, getting an advantage for his side. Unfortunately, Zoran just unable to quite match the value that Telephobia has had so far on this Ivan. I can start to see why he chose it already. Now first item spike acquired, the redemption so good with such an intense team-wide value. It feels like he's putting together an amazing game for himself. Still difficult to try and take a Drake. You're going to need people around you to do that, whereas not necessarily the same for the Ivan who is going to start up Drake number 2, as SK is also roamed down to mid, leaving his turret to the mercy of Pineapple. An interesting decision when neither top laner has TP.
Yeah, it's at least going to ensure that second Drake goes the way of Final Boss with those extra numbers, and you know, gets them stacking up Drakes pretty quickly. Ishan not quite on the wrong side of the wall, and so drops a shockwave, has to flash away from the stun of Vrang, might actually find the kill, but Ishan has enough burst to secure Vrang, who just gets a little bit too aggressive. So solo kill to Ishan, a bit against the run of play.
Yeah, very against the run of play, I'd say. Vrang had flash, just getting caught out on that one. Ishan, nice movement of the ball to get that kill back. He really needed it, especially when he was forced to invest in Splash. He'll be getting changed corruption in bot lane.
Yeah, and then an empowered piercing arrow finds one to J-Feather. Not quite enough to find the kill, but there's no health left on this Tristana. Mollywop's left alone to try to Mollywop down Bus and Poots, but you know, there's no damage on the Leona, and through the Eclipse signs the kill with the fully stacked blighted piercing arrow. Yet another 2B2 kill going in the bottom lane. 2-0 on the Varus. He's got Hex Optics. Does he just build the same items every game regardless? This is crazy.
He's built Hex Optics now 3 out of 3. Caitlyn makes a ton of sense. Caitlyn loves range. Aphelios makes sense too, but Varus? I don't know, Chief.
Well, speaking of the Varus, has to flash away. Another really good wall from Rang will isolate out Bus and Poots. Gets the shutdown to J-Feather. So just a little bit too long dwelled in the bot lane from Bus and Poots. It's happened quite a bit on, well, in this series in general. So shutdown getting in the hands of Tristana as well. Flash forward from Vrang, gets a wall, separates out Ishan. Shockwave finds way onto Vrang, but will be killed back before Vrang dies. Pineapple not going to get killed either, and a double kill goes the way of the Spire.
Yeah, and Vrang is just so destructive. Malignance first instead of the more passive Rod of Ages, the more passive Seras Embrace. Choosing to go pure damage right now, and we saw it work against him and then also work for him this time. Using the flash in this play, but getting the job done. And I mean, once Zoran is stuck there in his own Cataclysm, you almost have like the opposite of what it typically looks like, right? Anivia Jarvan is very oppressive because it's circle in a circle. You're stuck, taking damage, and then you just take more and more damage. That's Chains of Corruption.
Yeah,
Going a little bit wide. This time around, it was like the other way around, right? Zoran's just standing in his own circle while getting chunked out lower and lower and lower, and Frank was happy to take advantage. Now 3-1-3 on the Anivia, and looking to really extend his own lead, but he's got a needlessly large rod instead of another lost chance to go towards Seraphs. This guy is building crazy aggressive.
It's been working out for him so far, admittedly. So, even though we can question it, it seems that he's answering our questions, at least
I want to question
for now.
Thing. When was the last time you saw Varus go crit?
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
If your answer is never, then I'd understand.
I think, I don't know, maybe in like back when I first started playing the game and I was Bronze 5. I mean, perhaps back before I knew what items were. Maybe that's probably the last time I saw it happen. It's been a while though. Either way, Vrang now going to be hit by the Cataclysm, not able to move out too far, but does have the egg form, and actually the Malignant's doing some pretty decent burn damage. Telephobia keeping Vrang alive a bit longer. It's a nearly good snare finding its way onto Ishan, pulled back by Daisy. Vrang picks up his 4th of the game. Now the collapse onto Mollywops comes through. Bliss and Poots will secure that kill, but they're really far deep into enemy territory. Zoran flags and drags in, secures a kill onto Telephobia. Double kill for Buss and Poots. So it didn't matter how far they were in on the side of... Oh my gosh, the 3-man stun from Ring. It doesn't quite burn down onto Rue, but they will turn the attention to Buss and Poots. Ring picks up their 5th of the game, gets low, won't even die. The red buff burn drops, and Zoran finds Ring. My goodness, they just don't give up on either of these two teams. They don't give up on any sort of fight, regardless of how it goes. And sometimes it works, other times at the ends of games, maybe not so much, but at very least gives us some absolutely incredible fights to witness here.
What a stun from Frank, finding all 3, able to layer so much CC as a result, just absolutely dunking on them. Honestly, I'm going to say unlucky to fall down in that situation. Zoran barely with enough damage to get the job done. As now Vrang has shown his build path. He's going towards the Sonya's 2nd. Ignoring his stack tier, that was just there for the lane phase. He's going to be able to work his way up to this Drake, which is being taken right now by the Spire. All 5 over here to contest with the Cassandra in mid. A little bit far behind, but the Drake's already gone down. And it's trading for Daisy.
Drops, only gets a slow on to Zoran. Mollywops continuing to push in a little bit forward, but on the wrong side of his own team's wall. But Pineapple pushes forward to not make it matter. Going to go all out onto SCK, now targeting Buss in Poots. The Zenith Blade not quite going to find its way onto the Varus. Mollywops gotten very low, but J-Feather finds the angle, and so do the rest of the Spire. Double kill goes the way of Rang. SCK going to make it 4 for 1 in the favor of the Spire. And this one might slowly start to get out of hand of Final Boss.
Yeah, and you know what I most about that fight? How squishy this Jarvan was. Reason being, he's got a Seraph Dirk in his inventory. I don't know what he's cooking. Maybe he's the one that's been dealt Serpent Fang duty. But it looks like he is the one that is paying the price right now for whatever he's been told to do, or whatever he's feeling obliged to do for his team. Ends up barely existing in that fight. Tries to flag and drag his way out, gets no distance at all on the EQ. As a result, ends up just standing in the middle of nowhere. He goes down. Bliss and Poots, I thought he was able to escape, but J-Feather using the flash for the extra range, getting the buster shot to finish the kill off. Amazing job by him, getting himself really into this game now. 2-1 of 4, starting to accelerate a little bit. Still down a lot in CS because Bliss Poots, I mean, he's trophy in the bot lane apparently today. He's just farming up an absolute storm, but still, J-Feather now very much so back into things as he is approaching that Infinity Edge, while Bliss Poots is approaching Lord Dominic's regard at 20 minutes. We question these guys still, but he's strong still.
Yeah, and when you have that many stats, Ishan burnt very low. Going to have to use the Shockwave to be able to slow things down. Is able to get out. Luckily, Shockwave a relatively shortish cooldown, so it shouldn't be the biggest loss to Ishan, but still very dangerous times for the mid laner of Final Boss.
Very dangerous indeed, as Ishan effectively cannot match Brang in the side. That's what's happened so far. I think no matter what the Anivia built, they would be doing things similar to this in the side lane. Ishan forced away on repeat and really starting to lose out in terms of overall economy. As is to be expected when your opponent has 8 kills. Just completely dominated. Now losing that bot tier 1 turret in the side lane. You can clear out the wave as best you can, but eventually it feels like Rang finds the effective range, gets you in his ulti, slows you down, hits the wall, and things go from bad to worse. So Ishan now full play incredibly passively. Is he... What is he building? Hextech Alternator,
Shadow?
Is he going Protobelt?
Surely
Is
not.
he building protocol?
Right? Like,
I think
surely.
if you were, it's been cropping up in the LCK an alarming amount right now. The mobile mids just building protocol first so that they have a dash, but they build it first a lot of the time, so you get the most value out of having that dash. I would honestly understand it in Olivia being able to dash away from that
On the wall,
storm under your feet.
especially.
I'd like it, but it feels like it's almost coming too late. The damage has been done.
It is.
Right? You are 1-4. Your opponent is 8-2. The damage has been done, and there is the protocol.
Yeah, and you were also right about the Serpent's Fang call as well for Zoran. Had that completed, so we'll, reduce some of Atelophobia's shields, which, I mean, it is helpful, but it's Jarvan's now
But not
very
when it's
squishy.
Jarvan, right?
Yeah,
You
but
have
like
to hit
Jarvan
them.
doesn't. Yeah, you have to hit the shields. It's not like it increases damage to shields from all sources, so it's still a bit of an odd choice. Definitely feels like it would
It
have
is
been
on a
better
melee
served.
champ. Serpent's Fang does more when it's a melee champ compared to a range. Maybe that was the theory behind it for Final Boss, but I feel like, Lethality Varus still exists, right?
Yeah,
Your bot laner might not play Lethality himself all too often, but like, you can still just play it, and it's going to be absolutely fine. You still have to do a Cassante, but we said before, Mundo can do precisely that, as he's not a built push build, so we are fighting once more in mid. Back a nice door there to escape, relatively unscathed. I mean, like, at the end of the day, the Cassante feels like he's just the Mundo's problem. In the team fights, you can try to ignore him as much as possible as that.
Corruption. That's its way onto Vrang, but the Spire answer in kind, so no ult for the Varus, and now Vrang in trouble, separated out, but will go into Zanya's form, goes golden. J Feathers open up the fight with a kill. Isolated out is Ishan once again, not quite killed, but SEK going to hightail out of there. Q3 lands its way onto Ishan, and so the Spire press further forward. All the while, they managed to get a kill onto Zoran, who had gone too far in. So 3-0 once again the way of the Spire. They're up 3k gold as well, picking up their second Ocean Drake of the game. And once again, Spire look very comfortable with their game so far. Baron is up and available as well. No Zoran, well, he is back up now, but still numbers advantage very likely going to go the way of the Spire.
I think, honestly, they look most comfortable when they're team fighting. And that has been the difference in the series, right? Game 1, it was all about the team fights. Final Boss drafted 4 team fights, but they were unable to really make them land. Spire, they have had the better team fighting in this series. Game 2 was an outlier and should not be counted because Bus Boots basically made team fights irrelevant. He just kind of did things and it worked. Now, Baron claimed another team fight in their favor as the true flash away from Chains is going to keep Mollywop safe, the wall as well to deny. It's just stacking team fights right now, and Final Boss, that was not a fun team fight to watch. They had an engage, they had the idea of, okay, we're going to use the ball delivery system. Let's go Jarvan in, Orianna Shockwave, and it hits one. It hit the Anivia alone, who, let's be honest, could have even Zonya'd away most of that damage. If Rang just pops Zonya''s earlier, he doesn't take Shockwave damage, he doesn't even take Cataclysm damage. That engage does absolutely nothing, and Zoran is so squishy on the front line by going Serpent's Fang second, that he doesn't get any Serpent's Fang value. He died instantly. And then Atelophobia runs over the fight by having shields on absolutely everyone. You cannot get through them. And J-Feather even survives. It's just a nightmare fight there for Final Boss.
Yeah, and they don't even get the egg form out of Rang either, so he's still incredibly like survivable still in any subsequent fight. Got plenty of wave clear on the side of Spire as well, looking to push that in, look to open up the base of Final Boss, if not that, very least the tier 2s, but Vrang, Cataclysm drops down, Shockwave hits Vrang, goes into Zanya's, the Redemption not going to heal him up, not enough time to, but Zoran's taking very low, going to flash away, going to be healing up with his Sundered Sky, and finally the shutdown goes the way of Bus and Poots, but it takes so much from Final Boss to be able to claim Vrang.
I'll call it worth though, that's 1,000 gold.
That is. Into Bus and
absolutely
Poots.
Worthwhile. Like, that is exactly who wanted gold and where, like, everything right about how the result worked. Screw how he got there. It is absolutely great. And now Vrang also no flash for the next 5 minutes. He's not going to have it on the next Drake, which is not sold for either side. So not the most impactful, but still definitely it matters in this game as we're going to fight potentially around this top tier 2. Still the push going to Baron.
Right? We don't have Vrang.
A little bit crazy,
I
but it works.
get out. Surely they got it. Like just run. Okay, they're out. They're out. It was without Vrang, they're not nearly as strong. I mean, they're still pretty tough to crack, but still, you want the Anivia around.
I need him in the next fight to press his Zhonya's fast. Right, we've seen this twice now. Jarvan Orianna, you know it's coming. You cannot be getting caught out by the Shockwave combo. You know that it's there. You're in the Cataclysm already. If you have the reaction timer to stop the Cataclysm damage, that's absolutely great. If you don't, you cannot be getting hit by the Shockwave. That's what turned the tide in Final Boss's favor, and now they may have found Pineapple.
Yep, the crit Varus going to be cutting through Pineapple. Cataclysm will stop the escape of this Cassante. Piercing Arrow not quite enough to secure the kill, but the final auto attack will. Listen, Poots gets yet another shutdown, that one being 935 gold.
More money in his back pocket. That should be enough for the Infinity Edge, maybe. That could turn the tides even more so in his favor. There it is. Purchased in his inventory. Another a Serrated Dark as well. If he builds Serpent's Fang now, we may be getting a crash out. I'll be honest.
I have a feeling it's probably more likely going to be Collector, considering his build already.
He's already maxed out crit.
Oh, true. You're right.
If we get Collector, I'll have an even bigger crash out.
No, wait, no, never mind. You know what? I had failed to consider that fact. Yeah, no, Serrated Dirt. That is...
it must be Serpent's Fang or Edge of Night is my other potential.
Edge of Night. Edge of Night is probably... Or...
I just feel like
I don't know. It's an odd...
No matter what happens this game, he would do so much more damage to everyone on the enemy team if he goes on hit or lethality.
By the way, we've got a fight coming away. Ishan caught out by the Zenith Blade, but not quite enough to find the kill onto the mid laner of the final boss just yet, but it just won't matter. There's too much inside of the Spire's composition for final boss to stop. SCK doing his best to survive and eventually get the kill into Mollywop, so it still won't be enough. Only J-Feather will go down in the process, and so Spire push in a bit farther. The respawn timers are taking quite a bit. Buss and Poots is back up at 20, so is Ishan, so is Zoran. It's a very slow take on this mid tower. They will finally bust it down. 10 seconds left on Buss and Poots, so I don't think they will quite be able to end off of this, but they will open up the base of final boss on the side of Spire.
Yeah, and that will keep the mid lane inhibitor broken. Well, for the Baron, which is spawning in 45 seconds. Plenty of time to go to this Drake. Not sure you have time to reset then go Baron, but you definitely have time to get up there to start it up if you want to. Mayfeather already respawned as well. He's making his way down the lane. And plenty of pressure to make sure this should be going in your favor. Zoran not going to have time to get into the pit. Already going to be noticed. Oh my god, the Q3 will you see that?
The Q3 throws Rue over the wall. Zoran goes a bit further with the Cataclysm. Shockwave finds man to multiple members, but there's just no follow-up for final boss to really be able to get over the Dragon Pit wall. Redemption also going to heal back up. J-Feather goes a little bit crazy. Shut down to Ishan. And so now the attention from the Spire. I mean, they lost J-Feather in the process, but 4 members crowding around SCK. And with how low health bars, at least the low health bar.
Did you really say they lost J-Feather? I feel like he lost himself.
You know what?
You used Flash there, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? Fair. I agree with this assessment.
He doesn't have Flash for Baron.
Oh my gosh, he doesn't.
Like, he did that. He did that. He jumped into 3 and died.
So it turns out the expected crash out from Buss and Poots' build is actually going to be over a J-Feather deciding to...
He sold the dark! He sold the dark! He sold
Wait, BF's... No,
BA, or maybe in BT.
Yeah, Bloodthirster or GA is more likely, but so
Oh, that's crazy. What is happening?
so
These guys
so-
are testing me, I swear.
I mean, I guess it gives you an extra bit of combat power for the fight, but I mean, it's only soul points, so it's not like it's. I don't know. Either way, Baron started up by the Spire. It could definitely potentially be contested by Final Boss. And Flag drag forward finds its way onto Pineapple, who will now go away with the Pathmaker and secures the kill onto Rue. Start out the fight. The really good wall isolates out the remaining members of Final Boss, giving them no hope to be able to contest the Baron. So a very good secure by the side of the Spire with the push in the mid lane at numbers advantage. They're looking very, very good to end Game 3 and the series in their favor. Shockwave finds its way onto the 3 members of the Spire. There's just not enough damage around and available to be able to follow up on it. Jay Feather is the one who gets the kill onto Zoran. SDK going down in the process as well, so it's only Ishon and Bus and Poots. Eventually, Rue will be back up to try to save the game for the Spire, but Bus and Poots completely burnt down by the Spire. And Game 3, in pretty emphatic fashion, goes the way of Final Boss. As you mentioned, they got Vrain's egg form, but I mean, that's not nearly going to be enough. Congratulations to the Spire to be able to play this Game 3, and it's probably the most one-sided game of the series, Rue.
Yeah, well, they love Game 3s. That's what I've learned so far. The Spire love taking things to Game 3, and then they love the Game 3 itself. Last time round, winning in 29 minutes with a 35-9 game. I would probably not put this maybe as high on that list of domination, but it's up there, right? This is another very solid game for the Spire, another solid Game 3. They take the series, and they put themselves up to 2-0 to start off their premier season. And as things stand, Final Boss now dropping to 1-1. They do have a +1 map differential in that bracket, but for sure, you could ask them, they'd not be happy with how these ones here went today. Yeah, we are going to take a short little break now, get ready for our second series of the day, because we do have two. We've got TPO Esports up against Literal Monkeys, and we'll be ready for it just after.
Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime, I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Either way. Welcome back if you were here for us between the Spire and Final Boss Esports, or welcome in if you're just tuning into this Blue Otter Premier League broadcast, second series of our second day of our second week of Blue Otter Premier League will be TPO Esports and Literal Monkeys, both teams sitting 0-1 coming into this one, Real.
Yeah, all of the twos headed into this series, and I had to say, wouldn't mind if we had a two-gamer either. After the slog that we had to go through there, 3 very long games in our first series. It's got potential for a 6-gamer. We have some bands coming through, of course. Monkeys will be starting on the blue side, TPO on the red, and we are getting Mel Volleyband out to start off with TPO focusing the hyper carries with Zeri to start things off, and then Jinx hovered so far, likely to fan away as the second.
Yeah, and not only are these two teams coming to this one 0-1, Literal Monkeys last week against Conduit, really close series that went the distance, which they just came up just short in. Well, meanwhile, TPO not faring as well against Elysium, but to be fair to TPO last week, they were missing 2 starters in Aztec War Priest and Yui Panda. Instead, it was Notorious TLP and Yumi Fanfic, respectively, in top lane and ADC for TPO against an Elysium team that, at least after the first 2 weeks, looks like one of the best, if not the best team in the league.
Yes. Elysium yesterday showing even more of that. I believe their 2 best of 3s are so far about 100 minutes in length. As I'm sorry if my audio level has just changed.
Oh,
I hope it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we
Probably
can hear you
quite
now.
bad, eh? Yeah.
I mean, you're definitely coming through. Either way,
it's gonna change. Sorry.
You know, sometimes technical issues happen. You know, I mean, my internet connection, sometimes the upload speed will die on me. It's the weirdest thing where like the upload stops happening, so I can still hear the feed and everyone going like, "Oh my god, we lost Isaac." I'm like, "No, guys, I'm still here," but not really. Either way, Varus picked up B1 by Literal Monkeys, and TPO responding in kind with Sivir and hovering the Wukong instead flipping over to the Jarvan. Either way, I mean, these AD bruisers have defined the jungle meta for the last year and a half, it seems like, Rue.
Yeah, I like Jarvan a bit more here though. Into a Varus, I think makes sense, right? Immobile champion, take the immobile destroyer, right? It's simple math on that one. Little monkeys cannot really afford to go immobile mid now. You're already kind of restricting their champ pool. If they go immobile mid, then suddenly the Jarvan has insane value, and it's honestly difficult to catch back up. We'll have to see where the monkeys want to go, and well, it would be fitting, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
It would be fitting for the monkeys
Wukong.
to go the Monkey King.
Yeah, that's definitely seems in order. And talk about not going for mobility in the mid lane. Ari definitely one of the premier mobile mid laners, or honestly just one of the premier mid laners in general so far this year. And linking that up with the Wukong, gives them a very potent mid lane, mid jungle 2v2.
Yeah, I think definitely favoring that Wukong already so into Java and Aurora, but Aurora, tricky, can definitely win out in some weird, weird and wonderful ways in the mid lane. It's gonna be much more matchup of hands than of theory, I'm sure. As we head into our second rotation, TPO taking away the Nico to start things off. Monkeys favoring a Mordekaiser ban. I wonder if that's a particular counter to what they're looking at for themselves. TPO one more before we head into that second rotation. Wouldn't be shocked if they got rid of some of the more annoying supports, seeing as they're likely to go a blind support of their own. We'll have to see though, as Karma
Yeah.
would be an annoying support.
Yeah, I mean Nico as well. Plus Karma, one of the best supports ever since the start of the season. And so going to take that off the board, not want to give that option over to the monkeys. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, the Mordekais are taken off the board for Aztec War Priest. They might continue that focus, give him take away some of his more favored champions, but need to take away Olaf as well.
Yeah, and that's two things that are great as counter picks, not great as blind picks, right? So we expect monkeys, they can feel it, right? They can feel that a blind support's coming through, but isn't always the case. Plenty of tanks available with Fearless Cause resetting for a new series, so plenty to choose from if they wanted to go for a blind safe top laner. Instead, just going to take that Rakan solid pairing with the Sivir. Difficult to counter, but things like Nautilus spring to mind as quite annoying. I feel like unlikely to go Enchanter here alongside Varus, but hey, you never know. I feel like if you take some more engage here, but monkeys are in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I think
Honestly,
maybe even like Leona, maybe especially into the Rakan. So a pretty decent option. It allows you to stun him out of his grand entrance if you are nearby. Instead, I mean, his pick, one pick after another, but Ornn will be the lock in for the monkeys. Going to want to try to deny any sort of potential counter pick, or at least any sort of big potential counter pick. One that's very neutralizing up there in the top lane with a lot of team fight potential.
yeah, and Ornn is also what it's like the in the back of your mind when you see Mordekaiser banned, you're like, out of the tanks, it's the one that Mordekaiser does best into. It can be quite annoying actually for the Ornn to just get slowly chunked out. The max percentage damage really gets through, but speaking of max damage, this is a max damage
Oh
champion
yeah,
set.
that is one that definitely does a lot of percent
Not
max
locked
health
in yet.
damage. Oh, true.
Still covered.
So there it comes.
There we go.
Okay, it is locked in. And, I've definitely seen some pretty disgusting full grit haymakers come through, and that does some pretty big max health percent damage. And also, the showstopper. It flips, in this case, would be the Ornn back into to the side of the monkeys. Admittedly, though, I mean, other than the Varus, I feel like the monkeys could definitely dodge out that flip back that set can bring.
Yeah, or I mean, even Ornn can dodge out, right? If they're able to hit Bella's breath time.
Oh, true. This is true. Yeah, he goes untargetable whenever he presses W. So there's
that would be quite fun to watch if the set just
it does always give me a good laugh whenever you see set ults an unstoppable target. I think my favorite ones though are when set uses it to escape, like from like a Scion or something. He's like ulting it, he ults a Scion to escape. I've seen used pretty creative ways, but I mean that's not likely going to be happening this time around. But yeah, Set obviously circling back around is very good into the Ornn.
Yeah, I think nice counter there, but a counter as far as you're into Brawn, right? At the end of the day, still an on, still gonna have value, still gonna be able to start these team fights, and I mean the follow up on these team fights as well for the monkeys is impressive, right? We have Wukong to follow up on that first CC. We saw this combo attempted in our first series. We'll hopefully see some better execution on it in this one here. The Ornn should be starting the fight off. You put the horn down, R2 comes through. That's when the Wukong goes to follow, and then you get the second rotation of knockups. You've taken away a lot of their early fight panic, but you can then really follow up with then the Wukong. Alistair comes through, and at that point,
Chains of
Ari and
Corruption.
Barrett are the ones really
Yeah.
doing the damage, right? So you have your CC to start things off, and if you lay it correctly, it's so difficult to face the TPO. They're going to have to find ways to try and mitigate it, right? They have a Rakam. If they can hit a quickness at the right timing, that might be enough to turn things around. It's all on if you can land that charm on someone like the Ornn when he's looking for R2, on someone like the Wukong when he's looking for the Cyclone. That's going to be your best chance for TPO in this one when team fights start happening. But their lanes are also pretty solid, so it might not even get to that point. You never know.
Yeah. Either way, Monkeys getting a similar look to what we saw in Game 2 for Final Boss. And meanwhile, TPO definitely have a few tools for themselves to be able to cause some chaos and disrupt this very orderly team fight that the Monkeys have drafted for themselves. We'll see if TPO can, throw a spanner in the works, or if the Monkeys, organize routinely close things out. We will see on the other side of this short spectator delay, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a handful of moments.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
Back in for our first game between the Literal Monkeys and TPO. And also, thing didn't quite cover is that Judy hops on Aurora. So, you know, the name synergy, I think is there.
Yes, absolutely. Name synergy, very important as we are getting into things here. It's going to be another lethal tempo Varus for us in this one here, as the monkeys are going to be rocking that one. I would be shocked if it's a crit Varus, though, and I hope that it isn't, as is Singular Bread trying some shenanigans. Is he level 2ing top?
It is, and the stun will drop through onto Baxel. Flag drag not quite going to find the knockup onto the Ornn, but does get the flash out. 2 tower shots drop down onto Singular Bread, so there's some success there for the TPO jungler.
Yeah, but I think he may have even been able to get the kill if he followed Flash as well. It would have been close. I think 2 more autos wouldn't have been enough, 3 would have. It's kind of that type of break point, but choosing not to Flash follow instead, just accepting that it's a Flash trade, a Flash for nothing. It's still good, right? But you are now very far behind yourself as the Java. You have delayed your own player to do this. You literally went straight from red buff into the fight, and now you are struggling. Just Cooper is not. He is now 2 camps ahead of you, and he can look to take advantage of that tempo diff that is now created by either ganking bot lane at level 4 or be able to completely bully you out of the crowd, because he will be at level 4 when you'll be at level 3. Plenty of options here. I wouldn't even be shocked if Just Cooper just went forwards, either look for the gank or even look for the fake.
You might even be able to do both. Cooper now towards bot lane. Headbutt Pulverize drops down onto Penguin.
Oh my
will
God.
be able to battle dance away, but all the while Judy hops very low, not quite killed. Had to flash for the escape. It's a trade of flashes in the mid lane, but advantage to Korra XTC.
Yeah, name synergy counts for something, I guess, but clearly not in terms of
Clearly
the
not enough.
Korra, wow. Just dogging onto Judy Hops there. Unfortunately, most of the advantage is somewhat mitigated by the TP back. Korra gonna TP back as well. Still has a small item advantage, but it's the difference in terms of gold spent between a Dark Seal and refillables, right? 200 gold is the difference in what's spent. So, of course, the components they have are very, very different from each other. Interesting decision in terms of what's going.
Charge forward, finds a knockup onto Aztec War Priest. Stun drops down and actually exhausts onto Core XTC. Flag drag comes through. No flash to escape for the Ari. Gives first blood over to Judy Hops.
3-man gank mid. Only have to use the one summoner as well. The exhaust used there by Pink Penguin. Turns up, gets the job done, and Korra now really actually the one struggling in this mid lane. Not what we expected. If you said that a minute ago, I'd have said you were crazy. But as we said, the TP somewhat nullifies that advantage, right? Both players coming back with full HP, and then because neither side has flash, it's whoever gets to turn up there first that really gets to do the damage. As it happens, Singular Bread turns up at the same time as Pink Penguin. Korra not allowed to be there, unfortunately for him. Gets himself punished on his own flash time that he forced out that trade. Cooper was ganking top, not there to shadow it. So while Singular Bread has found himself down 3 camps worth of tempo, getting himself double scuttled on, he's able to make an impact somewhere. At the very least, TPO get first blood.
Yeah, and that is definitely the early strength of Jarvan over the Wukong. Definitely needs to wait for that level 6. And also with that first blood happening where it was, Korra near under their own tower. I mean, they lost out quite a bit in terms of farm. Luckily, Judy Hop's not doing all too much to farm up themselves. Flag drag, not quite going to find the knockup onto Korra. So won't get the CC, but it'll be hard to escape with no flash. Doing their best to buy time. Gets as much damage down to Judy Hop's Orb of Deception. Oh, the electrocute gets the kill. I thought it was maybe Scourge. No, it wasn't. No. Okay, I went probably Scourge. Either way, headbutt pulverize now in the bottom lane, trying to set Cooper up on the gate, just a little bit too far away to really follow up on. Grand Entrance going to ensure Cool stays around a little bit longer and get that little bit extra damage onto the All-Star.
I think Judy Hops would have died there no matter what, because he's walking into the mid-wave that would have killed him. So he was kind of dead either way, but he didn't need to walk into mid-wave. Just throw that out there, but still died anyway, so no harm, no foul. 1-for-1 somehow found there by Korra. That pullback of the orb doing just enough with the help of whatever it was. He got the final blow, able to trade that out, as you said. Finds himself in now quite a nice position for Korra, right? Because he got the kill after he died, he gets 2 stacks on his Dark Seal. Has a Lost Chapter as well, with the extra gold from that kill. Suddenly, he's back in a great position through a mixture of luck, skill, and everything else that goes along in League of Legends. The rest of the map,
yeah,
pretty stable by comparison to what the hell's happening there.
Yeah, and once again, got a little bit of volatility. Korra going to have to pop the Spirit Rush, as you mentioned, was very close to hitting the E from Judy Hops. Not quite doing so. Would have found the slow, could have pretty set up Singular Bread. The show will be stopped on the back. Orin Horn called. Aztec War Priest solo killed by Baxel, but straight to the mid lane once again. Judy Hops, 2 solo bolos going of either way for both Monkeys and TPO. In a bit of a hectic time in the mid lane, but Baxel specifically on the Orin, even with the Ignite disadvantage, Aztec War Priest opting not to go for the teleport, find the solo kill despite it.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between Ignite advantage over TP, but Flash advantage over Aztec, who didn't have it because of the previous gank from Cooper, right? The difference in those Flash timers comes back to bite him. Baxel using it about minute 2, so that level 2 gank from Singular Bread. Aztec War Priest using it that little bit later. Cooper already on the first rotation when he burnt that summoner in the top lane, and that is the difference maker. Axel able to use his second flash to gain, this time for good instead of just for surviving, as bot lane is taking a huge trade here. Panda is getting
Emerge. We'll have the Chains of Corruption spell shielded by Panda. Still doing well in those 2 separate 1v1s, I suppose, on the side of Monkeys.
Mortal Kombat. The best form of combat.
Yeah.
As we all know. But Emerge is really laying down the hurt right now on this bot lane. Running low on mana, going to mean that the pressure is not really there to go looking for the kill, but definitely showing that he has the damage. Put Panda under some serious pressure. He's also struggling for mana, both these guys looking for a reset very, very shortly, I'm sure, but Pink Penguin doesn't want to let it go for free. Emerge going to have to be forced away from the wave somewhat, makes that push a little bit harder.
Yep, and with said push, we'll give the time needed for just Cooper and Gene Cool to be able to pick up the Void Grubs. A little nice boost to the side. Monkeys, they take the first 2 neutral objectives here in game 1.
Good control over those neutrals to start things off. They have managed to build that advantage there, at least. Looking now to the next part, we have not much to talk about in terms of itemization. It's kind of what everyone would be expecting. No random Blackfire torches on Ari. Malignant. Normality is restored. Already, the Protobelt built by Judy Hops, very fast. Bearing in mind, only 57 CS as well at the time, facing 2 kills, 1 assist. Enough to get the gold for a relatively cheap item there. Everyone else doing what we would expect. Panda going to go eventually towards his Essence Reaver. Emerge going on hit, not crit Varus, because no one should ever go crit Varus. And we have a Alistair getting caught out in the river
Yep, Jing Cool completely surrounded, but Coop
saw that.
and Korra are arriving. The hop over the wall, not quite landing with Judy Hops. Yui Panda in a bit of trouble, taken very low. Korra finds the kill with the charm, but Jing Cool very low. Headbutt pulverized finds its way onto all three members. He's killed, but it sets up the rest of the monkeys so cleanly. Double kill for Korra, triple kill for Korra, presumably. I'm assuming it went the way. No, Emerge is the one who was able to eventually get the third one to the side of the monkeys. So a 2-for-1, another charm lands its way onto Judy Hops. Emerge with the piercing arrow eventually going to come through. Chains of Corruptions hits. There it is. Emerge going to pick up his second of the game as well.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there between Korra and Emerge. Korra clearly saw the kill angle. Emerge didn't believe in it until the flash charm hit, at which point he cancels his base. Turns up, max range Chains of Corruption lands onto Judy Hops, who I believe had flash, but didn't want to use it this time around for one reason or another. Ends up falling down. Maybe they thought they were just out of range, which would also be an acceptable reason, but unfortunately for them, they weren't. They get caught. Emerge happy to take that second kill of the fight, and a very impressive turnaround there from the Literal Monkeys, who started that fight off 3v5, got most of the work done. Emerge flashing in to try and get into range. Gets himself a double kill on the back end. Now has his base for his item. That Blade of the Ruined King, as we suspected. A massive advantage in the lane now over Yui Panda, who has some boots and one component out of 3 for his essence.
Caulfield's Warhammer not going to do too much. Pink Penguin in a bit of trouble with Judy. Hobbs will go between worlds. Gets Pink Penguin out of there. Piercing arrow not quite going to hit Pink Penguin. Singular Bread now arriving with the flag, drag, and Cataclysm available. Flash forward, drags, hits the Alistair, still holding on to the Cataclysm, saves it for a while. It does eventually secure Jing Cool. Coop goes in a bit aggressively, but does have the, be able to clone out of there and we'll be all right.
Yeah, the start of that fight, I was really confused. I was like, oh, they're fighting 3v3 in the bot side. Okay, well, the mid laner might rope down.
Oh, Korra lands a charge down to Judy Hops, and so gets a reset on the Spear. Rush has 2 charges. Cooper doing his best to stay out of trouble. Cyclones pops, finds its way onto 2. Double kill for Korra. Now Emerge has emerged from the bottom lane. Spirit the Orb of Deception not quite hitting the mark, but it will just easily set up little W there to secure the triple kill for Korra XTC.
It's beautiful from the monkeys. When they're fighting, it looks just like it's just amazing. Right? When they're not fighting, we've had some really odd things happening, but back in a random fight, and their mechanics are what's really pulling them through this one. We talk about the difference between draft diff and hands diff. This one here, much more focused on their hands diff right now. It feels like these guys playing right on the limits, especially hitting towards mid lane Korra.
Yeah.
Doing some crazy things, but now got himself a massive advantage, building towards the Proto Belt second. And when we look at those items, right, it is Malignance plus upgraded boots, and then most of the way to that second item, compared to first item plus boots and then an Ampto. It is a 2,000 gold diff in mid right now that Korra is just slowly extending. Also has finished his lane quest as well, which has given him the upgraded Sword Shoes instead of just normals. That was a grand entrance.
Yeah, that, I mean, he has the Battle Dance, and it is Rakan. So
yeah,
but
all
right. Okay. But it was definitely a weird look. I'm not quite sure where Pink Penguin was going for that grand entrance. Just showing off on the Rakan. And lore accurate Rakan move, I guess is to call that one. Yeah.
Rakan really do be doing stuff. Yeah. The rest of the map calming down a little bit, somewhat, from what we have seen. These 2 random fights in the river have not gone TPO's way at all, right? The first one...
No, it has not.
Just trying to catch them off guard, but Emerge turns up eventually. I feel that both of these have started in 3v4s, and yet still the monkeys who won both. And that may be indicative of how the rest of the game is going. When you can't win a fight with numbers advantage, if you end up with either parity or disadvantage, it really is not going to feel good. So it looks like you may have advantage once more if Emerge keeps pushing this way.
I mean, it was looking dangerous, but he was living on the edge, but Emerges recognizes the trouble he's in just in time, so we'll hightail it out of there.
I think you may have recognized the fact that his Alistair is on the top side of the rift. feel like
There's
they've
that too.
accepted that one. You can't be walking up to the wave when your Alice is trying to contest Rift Herald and you are in bot lane. It's a very dangerous time. If you see the Rakan on Vision, then maybe we're talking a different story, but as it is, hiding in the fog of war is Pink Penguin, hiding in the fog of war was Singular Bread, and Warman looking to make their way down to bot, but great timing here. Push away, take a base, whatever happens to that turret, it's not going to be an issue. You get out of there before any issues really arise, and hey, you can even TP the Ari back in to try and catch the wave, but that's dangerous.
Yeah, they'll drop down. Core XSC immediately going to Spirit Rush. Will use
no,
ulti charges. The tower shot targets Judy Hops, and so the 1v4 Cora finds a kill. The Aura Horde's called. Charm goes a little bit short onto Yui Panda. Going to have to flash away from the flag. Drag shutdown picked up by Pink Penguin, but the remaining health bars of TPO are way too low to handle a merge. And Baxel, who picks up a double kill on the Varus. And so the lead for the Little Monkeys extends even further now, up to 4K gold.
And it's going to become more than just the 4K as well. They've already played mid-tier 1, so this will not be first brick. But it's a similar feel to the game, as it's the second tower now falling down. Make it 4.5, looking to push out waves, make it maybe even a little bit more. Objective bounties spawning because they've also got the first 2 Drakes of the game, looking to make it 3 in a minute's time. Little Monkeys putting on a great performance to start off this second series of the day. It has been, across the board, an amazing game so far, right? Not necessarily that dominant in terms of kill score, right? 13-7, but they're still in the lead there. It's just everywhere else where they're really getting
going to use a Spirit Rush and the Proto Belt to try to find the charm onto Judy Hops. Just goes invisible. Won't quite find the mark there, but with the Malignance, I mean, the Spirit Rush is just going to be back up in like 20 seconds. They don't really care.
Yeah, it's going to be back up at least for the Drake, right? So that's what really matters there for the Monkeys. They're going to make a play on bot as well. This is just a straight 1v1.
Panda going to be completely chunked out by Coop. Flash away from Yui Panda won't matter. Just Cooper with a solo kill onto the ADC of TPO.
I don't think I've ever seen a jungler who's a lower level than an ADC still have so much confidence that they can just win. I mean, they're completely right. They could indeed just win. But level 10 Wukong just takes the 1v1 against the level 11 Sivir all alone in the bot lane. How is the Sivir alone in bot lane still? Like, what's going on there?
What's going on is that the bot lane tier 2 tower picked up by the Monkeys just as the Drake spawns. And I mean, I just kind of ignore your question.
What is there is no answer.
Mostly because I can't answer it. So
there is no answer. I don't blame you.
Yeah, 6K gold lead to the Monkeys now is ballooned very quickly in the span of the last like 4 or 5 minutes, about 3 to 4K gold. So this one very much Monkeys favored. They're on soul point as well. They've not dropped a singular neutral objective, not even a singular objective. All their towers may stay up. It's
if you're working with 7 death, we're looking at this is like almost perfect game territory, right? It's just the fact that we do have those 7 death. Turns it away from that as the
find an 8 Baxel flashing away, or I mean, it doesn't really land onto anybody, but all he does need to buy time for a merge to arrive, which is a really good headbutt away from Gene Cool away. The Chains of Corruption not quite going to hit the mark. Really good stun comes through from the set, and so quick 2 shutdowns go the way of TPO, but Cora has arrived. 8, 4, and 5, looking for more. Pink Penguin going to use the Grand Entrance to escape, but Cooper follows up on it, up in the headbutt. Not great, but again, it doesn't matter. Cooper's there.
Hey, one good, one bad. It's even overall. He's allowed to do it. The Alice has taken away.
Cora arrives. The rest of the Monkeys do. It looked very promising for TPO, but Monkeys just a bit too far ahead. Luckily, 2 shutdowns are picked up by TPO, so they do claw back a little bit of gold, and Yui Panda is left alone in the bot lane picking up an objective bounty. They decreased the gold deficit to about 4K gold on that play, so all things considered, despite how things have gone for TPO so far, a really good play for them.
Yeah, it is a gold positive play. They're able to trade out in some regards. They get some kills, they lose some deaths, that is what it is. But they get the bot tier 1 onto their Sivir, who is still struggling for items somewhat, only that Essence Reaver and a Zeal in their inventory, of course, the boots hiding, not in their inventory anymore, but still existing, hiding their boost speed and the attack speed. But not being at second item when you're looking towards Navori Flicker Blade at 20 minutes, like, you've gone for the cheap ones and it's still not there. That's not feeling great at all, especially when your opponent has already finished Blade of the Ruined King, already finished Ginsu, and is looking towards that third item. Parity, which you talked about before, not really feeling it, as that is a flash away from a charm there.
Yeah.
Pink Penguin, very scared, understandably so, of this 13-page book that Korra possesses. He was trying to make it at least 15, maybe even 17. Not allowed just yet, but still very, very strong.
Yep, Korra definitely having an absolute all-timer of a game. I mean, to be fair, so is Merge. That was really all of the monkeys. They performed really well. The charm through the invisibility and the between worlds. It won't quite find the kill on the Judy Hops, and there's just too much mobility on the Aurora. But it looked cool at least.
Yeah, well, it's not just about the damage, right? It's about the denying even more CS, which has been a kind of sentiment the whole game from Korra. It's being able to put this money further behind.
Cold.
You are.
Knockup lands its way down onto Aztec War Priest, and all of the monkeys.
What a KF!
Bar Korra is there. And yeah.
What a kill secure. What a kill secure.
Gene Cool needed that in a bit of cool.
Yeah, the first class of harness wasn't enough already. He needs more money.
Yeah.
That's gonna go towards at least 3 control wards, okay?
Yeah, it's not like even more considering the support quest makes control wards cheaper.
Maybe even 5. Who knows?
I mean, I didn't see the exact number of gold, but assuming it was 300, that's
he's gonna get 10 control wards.
390. He's going. That's almost 10 control wards right there. That's a lot of vision.
If he buys 10 control wards, then I may be having a different issue. Maybe it's a cloth armor instead. And has managed to purchase that up on that base. Looking towards the second item balance, we don't usually talk about instead. We mostly talk about what happens on the rest of the rift, because sports, they matter, sure. What matters maybe more is what Korra is doing. My God, this guy's
yeah, didn't even need the charm, and still has one more dash of the Spirit Rush. Cataclysm comes down to try to save Judy Hops, and actually will save the Aurora, so it's worth in the end, but it's just really indicative of how this game's going for TPO.
Yeah, and that another fight by Literal Monkeys, which was a nice timing to find. They don't get any kills, but in some regards, the kills aren't really the point. The kills would be a nice thing on top. As it is, they're just looking to get the pressure on the map, because this is an Ocean Soul spawning in 3 seconds.
Yep. And Yui Panda going to have to flash away from the Chains of Corruption as well. Charm finds its way onto Singular Bread. The charm alone takes about like a 1/7 of the health bar of the Jarvan Horn call.
Okay.
But it's a really good engage for the side of TPO, but the response is just too much. The gold is too hefty for the side of TPO to handle. They get a merge in the process, but they lose the entirety of their team. Literal Monkeys 5-for-1 ace, triple kill to Korra XTC, has a fully completed, the death note is completely filled out. There's no one left alive to write the names into it anymore. It's just, Medjai's fully written.
He's trying to get, he's building up to the Library of Babel at this point. He is just constant adding.
Isn't it the Tower of Babel? It's maybe the Library of Alexandria we're thinking of. But
yeah. I'm getting my thing confused. I think that sounds right. But anyway,
yeah, either way, yeah.
Anyway,
Ocean Soul. Yeah.
Please excuse me.
An objective bounty picked up by Aztec War Priest. Getting that bot lane tier 1, mid lane tier 1. Sorry. That's just cope. For being completely honest, this one is very much in favor of the Monkeys. It would take a monumental collapse from the Literal Monkeys, unforeseen collapse from the Monkeys in Blue Water Premier League for this one to go the way of TPO. So I wouldn't exactly count on that happening. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
There are
between
means and
worlds
ways,
called.
maybe.
That being said, shut down
Hello.
legs way onto Korra. Coop does manage to turn this fight into a 1v1, but importantly, no Ari Aztec Warfreeze going to have to flash over the wall. But that is a really big shutdown, especially considering that Ari had the, the Medjai. That takes out some of his AP. But Baron is up and there's no jungler on the side of TPO, so...
But at least he dropped some pages.
Yeah, it's something.
We take the positives where we can find them, okay?
Yeah, that's
okay,
fair.
I will take a victory. By the way, it is the library. What I was speaking of is the library babble. There's it's a thing that I'll explain.
Oh,
Right, don't worry
is
about
there?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing, but it's incredibly nerdy and it takes way too long to explain.
I mean, considering how this game has gone, we probably have the time.
Okay, it's basically the library of everything that ever has been or could be written. It's like there's like a website for it and everything.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me look this up considering I have time.
Yeah, I will keep my eyes on this in case something crazy happens. But with Elf spawning in 3.5 minutes, Baron just being taken means that most we're going to see right now is a siege, right? Going to be a slow push here from the literal monkeys.
Oh.
Mid's down to the tier 3, so they could look to go through there as I love that sound. Oh.
No, yeah, I just found. Yeah, no, I just found it myself. Okay, well, I'll probably take a look at that at some point.
It's incredibly nerdy, but it is really cool.
Yeah, no, it does sound really cool. That's like the literal monkeys right now,
They are
considering their 8K gold advantage. Is I mean they've even got the sunglasses on their logo. They're chilling.
They are incredibly cool monkeys. I will give them that. As, they're going to look to press their advantage. Of course, looking like a 1-3-1 split instead of maybe the more typical 4-1, and maybe even get punished here.
Going to get tagged by the swiftness.
Nope.
It's just not nearly enough to
Nope,
follow up on. And actually, Pink Penguin might die here.
Oh.
Cyclone comes through. Cooper finds the kill. Singular Bread going to be followed in short order.
Jesus,
has to
Cora.
flash away to not die, but Cora has so much confidence, just push forward with the rest of the monkeys. Chains of Corruptions find its way down onto Judy. Hobbs emerges the one who gets the kill. And so the literal monkeys, they look to end game one.
We just have top laners. They're just taking a 1v1 still. The game is ending and they're still fighting.
Hey, Yui Panther against Gene Cool. That's something back for the side of TPO. But the Nexus finally goes. This one has felt like an inevitability for a while. Hey, shutdown picked up by Aztec War Priest onto Coop at the very end. Just a nice little treat. Nice little consolation for TPO. But this one's felt like a bit of an inevitability for quite a while now. Well played to the monkeys to be able to take game one in that sort of fashion.
Yeah, and that type of fashion, especially in mid lane as well. Right? Ended up technically it's a Flame Horizon. That 1-3-1 split push, giving enough CS for the RE to get a plus 100 on their direct opponent. It was not very pretty, has to be said. Just able to build a slow and steady advantage to the point where it very soon became completely unstoppable. As such, monkeys take game one, and based off of a game as dominant as that, I feel like we might be out of here in 5 today. But then again, that's a dangerous thing to say.
That is a very dangerous thing to say. You don't get any bonus points for winning games quickly. So we'll see if TPO esports can turn things around, if they can go back to the drawing board and come up with something different, because if they are going to send to a game 3, they will need a very big turnaround in game 2. But we'll be bringing you the draft of that in a few moments, so don't go anywhere.
They say I have a grim sense of humor.
「涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて」「守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる」「語るべき言葉なくした星の守り手は」「時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ」「空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ」「光求めたソリチュード」「かすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンス」「そんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き
And welcome back for more Blue Otter Premier League action. Starting out game 2, or at least the draft game 2. Literal monkeys in the first one, Rue. They just ran things.
Yeah, that was something. It was not close, really. There were some early game
It
team
was
fights
pretty dominant.
There were some early game team fights where we were questioning it, but the real game changer was when they were able to win in the 3 versus 4. It just kind of flipped everything on its head, and then after that, it didn't really feel all too close. Just able to slowly build their advantage, and then take themselves into a very commanding position that they're able to convert without all too much stress, which is exactly what you want to see in these types of situations, these types of leagues. When you can convert without giving your team a heart attack, it's probably a good thing. As we now move into map number 2. Hopefully it's draft nice and soon.
Yeah, we'd assume that we're probably getting that started up and available to you near in the near future. I just figured when we get through, the band's probably going to stay relatively similar, especially with how like a few champions are, I guess, iconic with a few of the monkeys, like Coops, Lilia, and Emerges Zeri. Both were taken out in game 1. I don't really see that changing, especially since it looks like TPO moving over to the blue side. When we look to pick up a first pick for themselves, I mean, technically, maybe they could like first pick one of those away, but I really doubt that you'd see like first pick Lilia or Zeri for players that, as far as I'm aware, don't really touch those champs all too much.
Yeah, and especially with side swap as well, it now means that the Lilia maybe less so likely, but that Zeri certainly not allowed from TPO, making sure they're not allowing it for little monkeys, I should say, emerge. I mean, if we thought his Varus was quite nasty, nothing compared to Zeri. He is Zeri OTB.
Don't let this guy have Zeri. Yeah, it's like that simple.
Not allowed.
And so things looking very similar. However, the Sin Shao taking out the second ban for TPO. They had banned Jinx on red side in game 1. So that one's definitely one that seems to be a little bit more likely if they don't take it away here. And as Jax is hovered, taking off, now taking off the board. You got to feel that maybe they try to do a classic B1 Jinx.
Yeah, wouldn't be shocked. Wouldn't be shocked.
Unless, of course. Okay, yeah, well. Never mind.
Not allowed.
No.
No,
A little bit too preemptive from for a call from myself. But Karma is up and available, and Karma is one of the best, and particularly, honestly, in my opinion, kind of like the best support in the game right now. So I'm gonna pick that one up first time. Can't really complain about that too much. But Ashe and Seraphine, if Karma's the best support, this is the best bot lane in the league right now. And on one hand, I feel slightly vindicated that it's the best bot lane in just league right now, because I've been saying it since Seraphine was released that this combination was disgusting and people didn't believe me. But also, it's disgusting. Why is this in the game?
I mean, hey, Seraphine strong with other champs as well, but insanely strong with the Ashe. Ride the slows on a very consistent basis. So not necessarily guaranteed to have all too fun of a time into an Ezreal comp, right? The very solid counter matchup where you have insane shielding, insane damage value from one side, and then insane CC and shielding value from the other side. As we move out of the bot lane into the rest of the Rift, and Bess are taken on 3 here by TPO, and I'm going to check my facts before I say anything, but this feels like it could be flexible.
It is.
Singular Bread has a lot of games.
I know. Yeah, Singular Bread, it's their, at least last time I checked, it was their most played champion in solo queue, so it very well could go to the jungle. It is a Singular Bread pick. It is one that's not all that bad either, but talk about flexes between not mid and top, oh my god, jungle and top. Mundo also locked in on the side of the monkeys that equally can be flipped around where it needs to go.
Yeah, and in some regards, kind of the opposite in terms of how much they're played by these guys, right? Singular Bread, his most played is Ambessa. Neither the jungle nor the top lane for the Little Monkeys has Mundo in the top 10. So flexible, but almost like for the other reason, right? As
I feel
our
like
second ocean
Coop
map.
would be pretty.
I imagine
At
they're both
least
pretty
maybe
good
not
at playing it,
comfortable,
but
yeah.
it's just not in like the most played, so it's difficult to really get a read on it. As I can see a game in the previous 10 for Coop on the Mundo, but he's his least played in his top 10 has 11 games. The guy's been grinding
Okay.
on a
Yeah.
bunch of champions.
Well, anyway, we get into the second round of bans. No mid laners picked up on either team, so Hui and Silas are going to be taken off the board. Gotta feel also with how Korra plays a lot of Lux, maybe that one could potentially be a ban away from TPO to kind of just get rid of a little bit of comfort from Korra, who's especially popped off in that last game.
I'd say they want to maintain this type of draft identity though. As I mean, how much comfort can you really ban away from mid laner, right? Comes a point where it's
true.
like one mid laner versus another. I have to see. Have banned away Quay and Casio is hovered. Looks like that's been locked in as a ban as well.
Yeah, it does.
We would expect Monkeys to take their mid on 3 here, maintain that Mundo Flex as long as possible. Realistically, I mean, 2 bans very useful if you feel like that those are his strongest, but should have plenty more where that came from. We'll just have to see what he favors in a situation such as this.
We will eventually get that. No hovers even just yet, so we'll wait. Azir locked in for the side of the Monkeys for Korra. Exactly what you see very often at this level, but definitely one that has
he likes
defining.
ADC.
This is true. Korra is an ADC main, so it's similar sort of style of champion. So
he's most played this year. Not mid laners at all, right? We're trying to get a read on what he wants to play. It's very difficult. Ari is not even close to reaching in.
No, it's not.
He's got Jinx, he's got Caitlyn, Aphelios, like
Braum?
that's lock. As it's Karma Flex.
Into the Seraphine, you could, you have the
Karma's
Unbreakable for it.
Oh, mid.
Karma mid, yeah, okay.
Why?
I
understand that we can do things. It doesn't mean that we should.
I think the idea, and I don't necessarily agree. Actually, I don't agree with this because Ezreal Karma is a really good lane.
Yeah, now you have Ezreal Braum.
Now you have Ezreal Braum, which is moderately okay. But I think the idea is that the Encore, it can be unbreakable the way.
Yes.
Is the thing That's
if
the
we're
idea, I'm assuming.
picking
But I
Karma
feel
on
like you're
B1,
losing too much for it.
I mean, if we're picking Karma on B1, Ezreal on B2, like, I mean, you've managed to disguise, I guess, your mid pick by taking Ezreal on 2, but now your bot lane is Ezreal Braum. Not much synergy between those two, right? And that's kind of the issue that you get when you do that, as it will be a Gwen lock in there on R5 into the Cassante that TPO took for themselves. I was seeing the Garen hover, and I'll be honest, I was kind of wanting the Garen hover.
Same, honestly.
Garen and Cassante really damn annoying.
Yeah.
And I mean, Gwen, sure, annoying as well. Great tank destroyer, but now look at the damage profile, right? The damage profile of the Monkeys. You have Gwen, who is dealing on-hit magic. You have Azir, who's dealing on-hit magic. You have Mundo, who has a surprising amount of magic damage in his kit. I think Lars has like a 60-40 to 70-30 split in terms of AD to magic damage that he actually deals out.
Really? It's that much?
Yeah, it's a surprising amount. I think like his cleaver does magic or something. But at any rate, like he is like overall Monkeys have a massive damage profile now, whereas if you have Garen, it's a lot further split. So an interesting decision there, but maybe comfort leading into things as well. Just a little bit. Maxwell has 9 games on Gwen this year, which is his 3rd most. Not been grinding as much as some of the others that we get to see in BOL Prem, but still a comfort champ all the same, whereas Garen maybe not quite as much.
I mean, but it is also Garen, right? Like you press the buttons and then you shout Demacia and then you win. Right? Like that's that's how that goes. Either way, the Gwyn lock in for Baxel was definitely fine. It works, and with that coming through, I really do not like the Karma Flex. I just I don't know. I'm not feeling it, real.
I would not blame you for not feeling it.
Yeah.
But,
Well, either
it's,
way.
it's the decision that's been made, and we'll have to see if TPO can work with it, right? Maybe a bit more of a passive mid laner will help them out, because we saw when they tried to go aggressive, they got, I'll be honest, they got dogged. That was a bit of a dog walk in game 1 by the Ari against the Aurora. Maybe going Karma, you can stall out a bit longer and then be a lot more useful in those late game team fights.
We'll have to see if that comes through for TPO, if they can send us to a game 3, or if the literal monkeys will wave with the sweep and make it a 5-game day for us here in the Blue Otter Premier League. But we will be bringing that game to you on the other side of the spectator delay, so don't go anywhere.
銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ乗り越えて行こうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly high まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜も新しい朝も
We are back with game 2 between the literal monkeys and TPO. If anything goes similarly to that way it did in game 1, we might be looking at a quick 2-0 here. However, there's no bonus points for winning quickly or stomping in League of Legends, so we'll see what TPO managed to do for this one.
The only bonus points are the style points that you gain for your side, which count for nothing, but always do feel good. And style points are also the reason why we think Legion are so insanely good this season, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
When you win 2 series in under 2 hours, like we start talking about you as like probably the best in the league, and it might not even be close. So of course, opposition dependent, right? They play 2 out of their 7 potential opponents. Things could of course change, but as they stand, it's quite scary.
Yep, and what is also scary is Ashe Seraphine, especially early on into Ezreal Braum. It will take a little bit for them to actually be able to like fully get what they want to do with the Braum lock-in, is mainly prioritized to be able to stop that Encore, but in the meantime, before level 6, it's definitely a bit of a weak point for TPO.
Yeah, the thing that we're going to come back to in this one is that they would not be at a weak point at this phase of the game if it was Ezreal Karma, right? That's the difference.
That's the main thing.
Right, that is the thing that like we can point out repeatedly, right? Because Ezreal Karma,
it truly boggles the mind. A few of the decisions in this draft. I've seen this happen twice before across different leagues. It was even like last season in Blue Water Diamond, I believe. Oh gosh, who was it? Was it Dorado? No. I know. I remember seeing it in one of. I'm trying to rack my memory, but I've seen it happen. It was the same exact thing where it's just like, oh yes, we got Ezreal Karma. This is a good lane, and then you flex the Karma mid, and then the Karma got destroyed, and then the bot lane got destroyed. We're like, what are we doing here, guys? Either way, to be fair, the only time I've seen it happen is there's a sample size of 2, which is not particularly great, but I think it's more than just a sample size that we're going off of. Either way, both junglers now finishing towards the bottom half of the map, and to be fair, the push was relatively even across the waves, but Coop RNG, or it didn't really RNG, got there first and was able to get the Scuttle Crab away. Yeah, I was able to get the... I mean, he's going to double Scuttle.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I mean, that's something you'd be given over, right? When you try to contest bot crab, but you're just a bit late, and Mesa first clear has no chance keeping up with that Mundo first rotation. Coop doing a great job of getting both of those, now establishing a very solid advantage. Doesn't look for a base on the first timer, instead going to go towards this Krugs as Korra's looking at an all-in hit.
Yeah, won't quite find it. JD Hop's getting pushed out quite low. You know, does have the ability to shield themselves and stay healthy, but will eventually have to, actually both will have to look for a recall and looking low on mana there. Both have teleports, so relatively even all around, but all the while Baxel with that counter pick on the Gwyn into Aztec War Priest, already up 5 CS and starting to chunk him out a bit more.
As Ignite on Cassante.
Yep.
That's not something you see every day. I'm gonna throw that one out there.
It's not. I had not checked at all up until this point, just, you know, assumed.
I was just wondering why I was walking back to lane. And then I saw he had Ignite, and it makes sense, but, I mean, the fact that he was walking back to lane makes sense as a result, but the Ignite, it remains to be seen whether it'll make sense. Of course, Cassante has been known to Cassante from time to time, and maybe that's what Aztec is hoping for, a little more Cassante pressure, I guess.
Yeah, might see.
There it is.
Still has access to the Ignite. I mean, maybe it drops down now. Won't matter. First blood goes the way of Baxel. Snip right in the sweet spot.
Oh no.
Solo kill onto Aztec War Priest. No Ignite now as well. No teleport. It's gone from bad to worse for the side of TPO. That being said, GD Hops has Singular Bread nearby. Not quite level 6 on the Mbessa, so can't quite follow up on that snare. And Korra will be alright.
Korra going to be more than fine in that situation. Once level 6 is reached by the jungler, then we'll talk a very different story. I think the threat suddenly of what Judy provides with the tether becomes extremely real, so you get Red able to then fly in very easily, but until that point, not really all too scared, right? Korra happy to just take A small little trade back. Not having a great time on the second play
Everyone's
around
going
here,
to be
but
arriving in the bottom lane. Coop and Singular Bread going for a gank at the same time. Root will find his way onto Pink Penguin, who's gotten very low. Emergence at range will do a good job to chunk out these members of TPO, force them away, but no kills have been given over to the monkeys.
Yeah. That is the positive of the bot side there, but I mean the issue is CS leads that are occurring every single roll, right?
Yeah.
The only positive CS right now is Braum into Seraphine, and that's not a positive CS.
No. Because, you know, the support item. But, I mean, we saw this last game as well. Actually, I don't think it was necessarily every role, but it was a very similar situation in game 1 where monkeys just hands dipping, frankly, and at this point. And it certainly helps that you have Ash Seraphine, and you eventually got the Zero into the Karma. Emerge, though. Look at
that, buddy.
Living dangerously. Of course, why
What
did
are
I
we
say
doing?
that? Emerge, one more auto away from
You went
getting the
AFK.
kill comes down. I have no idea. I could not tell you. Either way, Coop has
He was
right
waiting
for a
for Coop.
gank, though. That was maybe is actually just the 10 million IQ play, and it's a really good hawk shot to get the vision, so Yui Panda cannot use the extra lack of vision denial to be able to try to do any shenanigans there, and it goes 2-0 to the monkeys.
What a weird
worked.
play!
It
What a
worked.
weird play! You can see how time they got at the end as well, as we get
And, yep, back
dash
just
away
skips
there.
away. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see they were scared at the end because Emerge popped the barrier at the same time as the heal came through from Jean-Cool, and yet it was still after the Ash already took that extra auto's worth of damage from Yui Panda. It was just not quite enough to get the kill for the Ezreal, and then the mitigation, he had about 500 effect.
Oh!
Just fine.
Emperor's Divide not quite hitting the mark onto Judy Hopps. Would have almost certainly been a kill under tower without having any minions
least
there
a
to
flash.
take the aggro. At the very least, the flash won't quite get it this time, though.
No, and now kind of struggling in the lane, right? Now you have no ult threat. Judy
Oh,
is
they're going to
taking 2
flash
turret
themselves.
shots, which is the choice, but again, hey, 2
They
turret
got the
shots for the
flash
flash.
out of Korra,
I'll
so-
take it.
Yeah, definitely worth. You know, it obviously denies the health lead that they have, but I don't really think you mind that all that much. No teleports either for any of these mid laners, so Korra going to miss out a bit in terms of farm, and not quite continue to propel that lead that they've gone for himself. And actually, GD Hops does snatch it back at the deficit a little bit.
Is able to cut into that, I'd say, just a little bit. So TF lead's not looking quite as bad as they did, but there's a third turret shot now tanked up, as he is forced to flash in mid lane.
You know, you know, sometimes overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, and so the only advantage that Judy Hopps had,
pretty good build, by the way.
Yeah, and
Hawk shot kind of mitigates it because they just kind of see him anyway, which is like honestly a little bit boring. Like at that point, like, come on. But the ward has a really nice time with the delay, deny like the lane gank from Singular Red, who's now just sticking around on vision again.
Yeah,
This
this
time in the pick.
not going to feel great. Emerge and Jean-Cool just going to sit back. Watch Coop take the grubs as well, once again in game 2, as it was in game 1. All the neutral objectives going the way of the
He's
monkeys.
still looking for this.
He is. He's spending a lot of time, because the grub's gone. He's looking for an insane gank angle. They have to find a kill there, otherwise it's not worth. Something. I mean, Pink Penguin. Oh, not quite going to get hit by the volley.
They're baiting
Okay, finally,
effectively.
here it
He's
is.
gonna be
Flash
here.
forward, emergence going to flash away, hit by the public execution. A good encore will slow the advance of TPO, and Pink Penguin under tower gets killed by Emerge. So much time was spent in the bot lane by TPO to try to find the gank, and it doesn't. Not only does it not work out, Emerge picks up a kill. Jean-Cool almost finding the kill on the Singular Bread as well. Yeah, it's a disaster of a game 2 for TPO. It's not gone their way.
Yeah, it wasn't looking too bad, I'll be honest, but that play just changes everything, right?
Yeah.
Before then, it was 100% recoverable. Right? The Gwen in top lane has a lead. It happens. It got a solo kill. Things happen in top lane. That's whatever. you're still doing okay. Mid, very much so holding on, right? You'd probably say that Azir is able to spend his gold a little more effectively than a Karma, but when the Karma's building AP, maybe less so, right? Building Malignants to start things off here is Judy. So things in mid, doing okay. Just down a little bit of CS, down about a wave worth. That's absolutely fine. Top lane was doing fine. You go aggressive for those trades, you miss a bit of CS to try and make it work. And you end up losing things out.
Goes under tower, snips down. Aztec War Breeze cuts him in half. 0-2 now on the Cassante without teleport. It's I don't want to. You know what? We're going to curse the monkeys. We're going to just call that there. Congratulations, monkeys, on your 2-0. And now this is going to be really funny when TPO sends us to game 3, but. I mean, when you're sitting down 4K gold at 11 minutes, it's not great.
This isn't your like 2K at 20 minutes, right? This is a 4K at 11. It is not looking all too close, and a lot of it is going through the jungle right now. Singular Red is not having a fun time on the Ambessa, as I mean that's a flash, or is that just an arcane shift?
No, it's arcane shift. No, he's fine.
It looked a little bit odd to me. I don't know what I was seeing, but he's out at least. The Drake though going over now. Both objectives on the bot side, as well as that top side. Currently on course for a perfect game. I'm going to throw that out there, but I'm sure that will very shortly.
Especially if the public execution lands on Zakora. Good Emperor's Divide to get Singular Bread away. Cora's down very low. Final attack finds the mark. And so, well, there goes the perfect game. And they got some
not take long.
Gold.
It was like 30 seconds if that, after I said it.
Absolute classic Emerge, though, might
You're walking
also
up.
be in trouble. Okay, well,
why?
Confidence is a slow and insidious killer. Shutdown goes the way of Yui Panda. I feel like maybe we both contribute. Okay, you know what?
Yeah, you did it first.
I did it first, and you know what?
You did it first, but at the same time, what are we doing there? Right? Seraphine walked up the river. She was gone for like a good 20 seconds. At that point, you have to know that your Seraphine isn't there. You have to know, as the Ashe, that you cannot be looking to take a fight on their side of the river, especially against a Braum who's so good in the chase down. I'm going to say, like, Emerge, that was near on suicidal. No flash. And you're just going to walk up without your ult, which you threw up towards mid lane to try and turn the tides over there. There's no other way that was going to end.
I also know it's not as weird of a build for Ashe to go Hex Optics first, but we've had history with this item. We have history with this item today, so.
I did not mind it on Caitlyn. On Caitlyn, it was fine.
Caitlyn standard, but
on Varus we have issues. On Ashe, I'm fine. It's another crit item, gives you this range to do some stuff late game. We haven't really talked about the team fight potential for either side, which is something I feel like we missed out on during draft. And to be fair, both sides, the team fight is okay, but I'm not convinced that it's going to get there in all too even of a state, right? Especially how things have started off. Top lane is not going well for Aztec War Priest, and he basically is the front line for TPO. Pink Penguin is going to be there, but he's going to be there on those support items that give a couple of resists, they give a couple of nice passes to boost off other people, but it's not really enough as, oh my god, Judy's getting absolutely destroyed. Ikora down level, he does not care at all. Nash is too clear, hello.
Yeah, and Coop also walks in, gets Singular Bread down to just over half HP. And just, push out the mid jungle of TPO. That being said, Emerge and chunked out pretty hard by Yui Panda. To be fair, with the Triforce completed, does a decent amount of damage at this point.
Yeah, they can look for regress to trade here.
Yeah, Emerge going to have to flash away from the Glacial Fissure. So once again, Emerge going to be down that very key summoner spell on an immobile carry core. Now taken low, public execution not quite going to hit. The Azir won't matter. Judy Hops finishes up the kill, and now Cooper pushed out of the way of the Rift Herald, which will inevitably go the way of the monkeys, but all the while Emerge going to pop the barrier. Yui Panda going to use their own to be able to get the 2v2 kill onto the Ezreal. Yui Panda doing all right here in game 2, I know, and what looked to be a stomp the way of the monkeys now back level at 4 kills apiece.
Leveling kills, still not leveling gold just yet. The
No.
CS advantage is providing enough, but I mean, it's coming back somehow. TPO, they pulled this one from, I wouldn't say the brink, but it was pretty close. Now
it's about
it
as
was supposed
close
to
to
be
the
the
brink
brink.
as it's as close as you get to the brink at 11 minutes. Certainly, I feel you don't get
Yeah.
much closer to the brink at 11 minutes than what we were seeing. But you know, to be
At least,
fair,
at least not without then being able to pull it back from the brink.
yeah.
But at any rate,
Um,
still, they find themselves. It's not now as bad a position by any sense of the imagination. And I mean, if Judy Hop's able to hit mantra Qs like that, Cora's going to have a real tough time mid. Naturally lacking to the sustain as an Azir in this lane, just forced to receive the chunk out. He can at least push the wave and then take a base every time, but not going to feel great, especially when the Drake is spawning in 10 seconds to do that.
Yeah, and Axel has arrived though. No TP on Aztec. Well, actually does now they've completed the top lane role quest, so can eventually arrive. Rick Herald summoned up. Cora going to get poked out a bit more. Drake started up by the side of the monkeys. The Rift Herald crash comes down. Aztec War Priest is arriving. Teleport from Cora
Cora's late.
will eventually come through. Judy hops though, chunked out by this needlework of Baxel. Eventually, Baxel
Cora's
now goes
flanking.
on a killing spree, picks up the 3rd kill of the game. Public Execution comes through to try to find Emerge and does. Singular Bread is the one who picks up the kill. Shuffle and the backline. Cora is left alone to auto down. The attention finally turns away onto Cora. Aztec War Priest is able to secure the kill. And eventually Q2, not quite enough to, Q3, as it was not quite enough to find the kill onto Jing Cool. And so the monkeys find the 4 for 2 fight, as well as Soul Point Drake.
Soul Point Drake, probably the more important out of all of that, right? It's the end goal that was being looked at there by the monkeys. They're able to grab that in their favor. Now really establish their position in this game. Like whatever else was happening, they had those first 2 Drakes to fall back on. Now they have a 3rd with Soul spawning in 5 minutes. The pressure that creates should hopefully, for their sake, be enough to try and wrap this one here up into. But who knows? Maybe TPO able to bring this one back from 3-0 down. We've seen a 2-0 to a 4-2 today in terms of Drake. We'll have to see if maybe it's even possible from 1 extra. TPO now really up against it. They've equalized the gold somewhat, but that time play is not helping them at all. And I mean, it's not an easy path to get back into the game such as this, especially as we say with that Soul being such a threat. And this Mundo being such a threat.
Yeah, he's not quite at the 2 items just yet, is Coop, but still getting to that point and showing
No
at
doubt.
least early on what he can do. Cannot go immune here is Baxel. The public execution landed, flash away by Baxel. Will do his best to try to escape, snips it down, chunks out Singular Bread. And he's all right, he's going to be healing up there with, a few items completed. And so, yeah, no, Baxel, it looked dangerous, but, managed to turn things around quite comfortably.
The healing on the Gwen right now is absolute filth. Baxel is just chunking players as soon as they turn up in his lane. And it is definitely his lane right now. 3-0-2, right up near 10 CS minutes. Best farm in the game on the Gwen in top lane. Not something we're used to seeing. Right up there with him, apparently, is Coop. 170 on the Mundo. We said his clear speed was impressive, but it really is, as this is interesting.
Ooh, Cora goes in, won't even need to use the Emperor's Divine, finds the solo kill onto Judy Hops. So yet another advantage going the way of the monkeys. That being said, Cora is very low. Singular Bread is nearby, does not have access to the ult, and the public execution is pushing forward under tower, but our attention now is up to the top side of this map. Aztec War Priest eventually getting dove, or, well, maybe could have been, but instead they turned. It's just ignored is probably the more correct way, because there's not much that the Cassante alone can really do at this point. Top lane tier 1 goes over. Emerge, autoing down. Yui Panda in trouble. A few more autos is all Emerge needs. And a kill goes the way of the Ashe. Now Singular Bread trying to collapse away in. Public execution not going to hit Emerge, but eventually dance way onto him. Just Cooper turns things around, able to trade that back.
Big Gronk from the humongous Dr. Mundo that is currently ruining this game
All out
from a
used by
TPO
Aztec War
perspective.
Priest to try to bring Baxel under tower, but Baxel does way too much damage at this point in time. Coop healing back up as much possible. He's gone very low, but Abram and Karma are not nearly enough to try to chunk out the Mundo. Even with the Oblivion Orb in inventory, it doesn't really matter.
And I think throughout that whole play, we've seen the shortcomings of this Karma TPO, right? They can't keep this Karma into a side lane against the Azir. The chunks have been nice. Korra getting taken low previously. We saw that match landing in mid, doing a big chunk. But now he's just able to take the all-in on the bot side, and Judy Hop's unable to do anything with it. Getting completely run down from 100-0, deleted under his own turret, and unfortunately for him, forced back to the fountain. That led Korra just take the side lane in the 1v1. Now he got himself that turret in bot. We saw on top Baxel completely ignoring whatever turret was happening, completely ignoring Aztec War Priest until he decided he fancied a bit of gold.
Crystal Arrow finds its way onto Pink Penguin with the Unbreakable expiring, so he's going to have to flash away to safety. The Brawl, not the biggest flash ever, but still at the cost of just the arrow from Emergence. It's another trade up for the Monkeys. Korra going to go in a shuffle onto Pink Penguin and Yui Panda, two targets that you absolutely want to drag away. And all the while in the bot lane, Baxel almost gets another kill onto Judy Hops. So Monkeys working things out here. Baxel going to push it a little bit farther. The snare comes through, but Deaths get out of tower range. Gwen is immune, but on the wrong side of the map, in between two towers. But Maker will try to heal back up. Judy Hop's going to be snipped down, cut in half. Baxel's unstoppable. 5-0-2 on the Gwen.
Oh, this guy. Oh, this guy. He's just too good.
He's too good.
He's just too good. And it's more proof, if ever you needed it, that this Karma can't be in the side lane, right? AP Karma is so fragile. And that's why you're typically seeing things like Karma support. So you don't have to have the Karma in the side lane. You can just build the shields. You can protect the whole of your team when the team fights really start happening. And before then, your Ezreal is very, very happy with you for the push that you provide and the help you help in lane. As things are now, you are now suffering. You cannot exist in that side lane. At best, you can play Cassante as we are. Why are we not smiting? Why is no one smiting?
Why is nobody smiting? Baxel goes 6-0-2, and the attempts that TPO had came through to try to find any sorts of kill are in vain. Gene Cool going to flash over the wall to safety. And all the while just going to heal and shield right back up. Aztec War Priest can't do anything. Only Judy Hops is left alive for TPO. And it's going to be a very clean ace for the side of the Monkeys. I looked for a second like we might have cursed the Monkeys, but now at 12k gold up, 24 minutes. Yeah, this one's feeling pretty uncursable. Congratulations, Monkeys, on your win, especially now they have Baron on top of that as well. They'll just push in and probably will not look to end just yet. The respawns will come through from TPO in time, but not a lot left for them to do.
Yeah. It is all but over, and it's because they can't match in side lanes. They can't match in the team fights. They can't match anything right now. The gold lead has officially stretched too far for this to be an easy comeback. It's going to require Little Monkeys to give them something at the very least.
I think it's a little bit more than just some things, plural, for them.
Potentially. Well, they do have two things that would be quite nice. Looking at Gwen and Mundo.
Shutdowns, yeah.
That'll be nice. That'll be a good way to start things off, I think, for TPO. It might require even more than that, though, and that's kind of scary.
Yeah. It's certainly suboptimal. Your TPO currently, honestly, I mean, I didn't even said it yet, but that was also Cloud Soul to the Monkeys with the Mundo and the Gwen. It's not great. Singular Bread going to try to find a way in. Chandra Crystal Arrow goes its way onto the Ambassador, not even going to land the public execution. Korra is the one who finds the kill onto Singular Bread. Judy Hop's completely pinched out, going to be slowed. Coop finds that kill. just for good measure, close things out a bit. Someone's just going to pop an ult here and run down Pink Penguin and Yui Panda. It's inevitable. They're stepping up eventually. But yeah, it's even know.
You can say it.
I feel like we've said it's been over for a while now though. It's like
Yeah, but like officially with the Nexus dying and things like that.
okay, yeah. I mean, second minute inhibitor going down. When he pushing in, Baron is expired, so they can't quite fully push in just yet onto the Nexus towers. But I mean, there's the bot side of the map to be able to claim. And Emergence will get Aztec War Priest, and Yui Panda going to have the Arcane Shift away, do the best possible. Pink Penguin flashing, but Needlework's going to secure that kill. Baxel's legendary 8-0-4 on the Gwyn. It's still, children, avert your eyes, cover everything
Coop was tanking both turrets and he's healing it out.
It's a 2-0 to the Monkeys in a very emphatic fashion, and the performance just speaks for itself. I really don't have anything to add other than just like pointing at the gold lead that they acquired, and that's how that goes. Was it like 14k gold at like 27 minutes? It's like, yeah, okay, well.
I think that ended up there as a 19.6. I was keeping track.
Oh my goodness.
It got very close to that 20k, but not quite to the mythical land, as that is the final game of the day. Locked and loaded. That was confirmed as soon as the next fell. That is all we have in terms of games there. The Monkeys putting on one hell of a performance.
Absolutely.
To a close. TPO, unfortunately for themselves, find themselves now down 0-2. And I have to say, if they're going to have more performances like that, we could be looking at an 0-7.
Yeah, it definitely needs some sort of turnaround or like to smell the juices to be able to come back in this one, because I mean there was obviously the argument that last week they're playing up against Elysium, reigning champions, look to be one of the favorites into the season as well, and that they had two substitutes that you're like, okay, well it was not great, but circumstances, but this time to the Monkeys it's definitely looking a little bit rough for TPO, but congratulations to the Monkeys, commiserations to TPO, and thank you for everyone who played today, on including the Spire and Final Boss as well. That will be it from us here in the Blue Otter Premier League. I've been Isaac, alongside me has been Rue. Running things behind the scenes has been Shivam's production team. So from us, we wish you a very good day.